what they see importance, how they see their place fit in this current context of being an architect in the world and so on. So first I'm gonna invite Bika Rebek. On my pleasure, we have Bika is one of our panelists. She is the Future Architecture Fellow from 2016 in the already at the beginning of the Future Architecture Platform. Afterwards, she became a Future Architecture, part of the advisory board of Future Architecture Platform. But Bika is the founder, is a founding partner at the Someplace Studio, and an architecture practice interested in the production of physical and virtual space. Bika sits on the advisory board of Future Architecture Platform. She is the co-founder of Hot Air, a nomadic architecture space in downtown Manhattan that provides an alternative platform to the traditional institutions of New York City. Bika holds a degree of architecture degree from the University of Applied Arts in Vienna and a Master of Science from the Columbia University. She currently serves as faculty at the Columbia GSAPP and Yale University. So Bika, the floor is yours.
Hi, thanks so much for this kind intro, Milan, and nice to see you and some new faces. As Milan has said, I have a long history with Future Architecture Platform, and I'm glad to be part of it now in this new format. I should mention also that I am from Ljubljana originally. I'm in Ljubljana right now, visiting family, but that I'm currently based in Berlin. And I'll explain a little bit in the presentation how that has come about. And I have spent the past 10 years in New York, mostly teaching and doing all kinds of different projects and work and studies there, and still have strong ties and occasional work commitments there. So, but yeah, I think Milan said all important things. I think I'll start my presentation now and share my screen. Thanks for having me, Strelka. I'm excited to be here and talk about Someplace Studio and the work we've been doing with that practice. We are a small architectural studio at the moment, 5 people, and as Milan said, interested in designing both physical and virtual spaces. Through our practice, we're really touching on a lot of different topics. I would say we're always kind of interested in contemporary issues in the zeitgeist, and we're looking at those through a lens of architectural discourse and technology. I think what kind of connects all the different projects is an interest in sort of the public and how people come together and interact and sort of, you know, see space, or how they interact in space and how they sort of are influenced by space and in their communities and in their spaces. So I think today I'll just show 3.5 projects, so 3 completed and 1 that is currently in progress, that are trying to illustrate those interests of our studio. And I should also mention that we are remote at the moment. So we're 5 members, but we have a kind of a cluster of people who live in Berlin, but we're set up as a sort of remote first practice, meaning that we have kind of established workflows that are digital and where we can basically work and live wherever we want to be, and have taken advantage of that in various forms. That has come about actually pre-pandemic, because when we founded the studio, Daniel and Thorns and me were the founding partners. He was based in Vienna at the time, and I was based in New York. Now we both actually are based in Berlin, so we you know, are in the same city, but we kind of have a hybrid workflow right now, which is really nice, which means that we kind of meet for certain occasions, for special occasions, or to go to meet clients or go on site, or have, you know, a brainstorm together. But then we also kind of work separately. And one of our team members at the moment is in New York City. Other people are in Berlin, but it allows people to really be quite flexible and travel. And so we're quite excited actually about this sort of lifestyle and workflow for our practice, and we want to keep elements of that moving forward. But we are looking at getting a physical space at some point in the future, mostly because we really want to build more physical models. We are already building them, but that feels a little bit the only thing that feels more difficult when you're working online. And yeah, kind of looking forward to create a sort of community space, some kind of space where we can not just work really, but mostly hang out and be together physically. So it feels like the time that we spend together physically is, is so much more valuable that way, and we really kind of use that time really productively. Yeah, just a kind of preamble. So the first project I would like to show is a very recent one, and I'm excited to show it because we haven't really published it much yet. It just happened last June in Berlin, and it was sort of, a reopening project. So we were asked by BAM Berlin, which is a kind of agency working with different brands, to create a sort of pop-up exhibition in 6 outdoor locations in Berlin. So that, was interesting to us as a project because it sort of took some of these challenges of the pandemic, the fact that at the time it still didn't feel quite safe to go indoors, and took it on as a challenge and as a sort of exciting new event format. So we had this art walk that had 6 stations, and at the end, people who did all the 6 stations could collect digital tokens, and that gets some kind of reward for having gone through all of these. And most of these stations also had a bar associated with it because it was for Campari. So you got free drinks, you got to look at art. It was a selection of 14 young, mostly Berlin-based artists, some were international, who were displayed. And, yeah, it was a quite fun, even though very intense event, as you can imagine. Putting on something very quickly like that in an outdoor space was for sure challenging. So here you see one of the event locations, which was in a kind of very typical for Berlin, I guess, still, or maybe less so over time, but an abandoned kind of backyard that had some shipping containers in there. And so for this, we designed a kind of ghost shipping container that was transparent, and that was sort of housing the artwork and protecting it from the elements. At least, enough for the duration of the 5-day event. And then parallel to it, there was sort of the bar area, which, was used that kind of signifier red, that was sort of a brand color for Campari to frame the bar events. And so we're excited about the threshold between these 2 spaces and how people were moving back and forth between the 2 of them. Here you see sort of the existing containers and then the ghost container, and kind of like the third space that we added on with the different colors, and then people kind of interacting within the space, sort of between the boundary between the 2. Then here's another project. Sorry, another one of these spaces at the KW, the Kunstwerke, also as part of the art walk, and just some more views. Another project I want to mention is the Original Feelings Yoga Studio, which is more of a built project, or more traditionally architectural, but to us it seemed like it was in some sense going a little bit beyond the traditional scope of architecture, because we also acted as curators in the space in some sense, together with the client who was very involved. We worked instead of sort of hiring contractors who potentially stay anonymous, we sort of invited artists to collaborate on the various pieces. Here's your floor plan, kind of open plan floor plan. And so here's the kind of dividing screen, which we placed in a space, but then was painted on by the artist Denise Rudolph Frank, and really has become an artwork in its own right. And again, in collaboration with the client, sort of chose all these people. Here's the front desk, where we designed sort of the general layout and the shape and the framework. And then Yasmin Bava, who's an artist who works with hempcrete, which is a very interesting material to us, is because of its aesthetic and sustainability, kind of came over and really sculpted this piece on site. So we see this project, we're very happy with it, because it's not just sort of us as architects coming in and designing, but us really working collaboratively with sort of local people, with everyone kind of in the extended network of that project, and creating the space together with them. And people sometimes come in and say, oh, this feels like a gallery, and we take that as a compliment, because it, in a way, functions quite similarly to a gallery. So even though it's a yoga space, it actually has sort of a cultural sort of aspect to it, and shows have been held in there as well. since its opening a couple months ago. And I have to admit, I am also regular there because I'm a yogi myself. So it's nice to actually design something as an architect and then spend time in that or enjoy going to the space. Here you see the water fountain. And I'll skip the next project because I'm out of time and maybe just go to the last project and just take a breath so you can cut that. Is that okay? Yeah. As a last project, I would like to talk about Green Brush, the technology of domestic plants, which is something that is opening this Friday as a physical installation at the Magazzini Vienna, but also has a virtual component which takes the form of discussion groups and lecture series, panels that is running in parallel to the exhibition. So in this case, as architects, we were really sort of both curators of the show, kind of organized the discussion program, and also made a physical installation. So if you do happen to be in Vienna, I invite you very much to come on Friday. If you are somewhere in the world, we have these 2 discussion groups and the signups are open until Wednesday, I think. There's a few spots left. So if you're interested in sort of how sort of plants got into our domestic interiors and the whole discussion around plants, the relationship between plants and technology, this discussion groups could be quite interesting. It's sort of an experiment in how we can run in a way more in-depth discussion or sort of have an academic format, almost like a seminar that is run in a kind of very low-fi way on Zoom with 2 really interesting hosts. They run for 4 weeks, 1 hour each of discussion and 1 hour of reading preparation. And the theme of the exhibition is really, sort of the observation that our plants have become much more important in our domestic interiors and have become more visual presence. It's not just a millennial thing; it really, has become big business as well. And so the idea is to look at these plants as technology, really, because there's big business behind it. They're optimized for human needs rather than plant needs. For not having to be watered very much, for surviving all kinds of mistreatments, and to be sort of sitting alone in those planters. And all at the same time, we are kind of increasing our use of technology while we're making it more and more invisible. So if you think of screens in our households, they're basically disappearing, whereas in the past you would have like a big screen with lots of cables coming out. So that while one has a visual increased presence, the other one is visually decreased. And so all these discussions, the installation are all coming out of that kind of dichotomy between the 2, almost that paradoxical condition. So that is kind of the essential things I wanted to talk about today. Here's some more links, the Green Brush to sign up for the discussion groups if you're interested, and then also our website if you'd like to know more about us. Thanks so much.
Wonderful. Thank you, Bika, for your really interesting, although short presentation. I miss having 10 more minutes just to hear and listen what are really interesting things that you are kind of putting effort to. Very different as well, I would say. So I have also thank you for the exclusivity of the content. You said that some of the things are not have been published yet, but it kind of obviously the quality of the projects is super nice, but it kind of at the beginning stuck to my mind what you said, that you were already fascinated and having the digital tools as your kind of mode of operation already before the pandemics hits. So I would ask you if you can a bit elaborate it more, and maybe more in terms of that. Yeah, obviously the architects' digital tools are one of the kind of the architects are kind of the frontiers in kind of adapting the digital tools in terms of preparing, working on architecture, from visualization, presentation, to already now kind of a project management with all the kind of summaries of materials and so on. But on the other hand, I think that in your case, you're using these digital tools kind of to create your process, your architectural thoughts. So I'm really kind of seeing fascinating. And do you have any comments on that maybe?
Yeah, I think you said it quite correctly, that it is a form of shaping the thought processes. I mean, I think one example I like is when you think of a Google Doc, and a lot of people can be in there at the same time typing, and you see how they kind of are inside of it. That's very much how our studio works, also in terms of being collaborative. We, in the pandemic kind of shrank to just the two partners, and now we're 5 people, and it starts to make even more sense now to us because we're sort of able to really have this very networked kind of workflow, and even with different time zones, we have kind of a system established where on Slack there's kind of a protocol of what you do at the end of the day so that everybody else finds the files. I mean, those are very prosaic sort of practical things, but I think they do make you feel responsible in a way that somebody else can pick up your work, and your work isn't necessarily just yours, but it's something that's sort of part of the community or part of the office, and then somebody else will take it and shape it. For example, this text we wrote for the green brush, the summary, I think 3 or 4 people worked on it, and it was just a really beautiful process of sort of co-creating. And I think that's something that those virtual tools allow, and that definitely are shaping our practice.
Thanks, Bika. Now I'm gonna ask the second panelist, Flavio Martella, to join the conversation. Flavio Martella is an architect with a master's degree in architecture and engineering from the University of Rome, and a PhD candidate in architecture at Politecnico University of Madrid. Flavio worked in various studios in the Netherlands, Italy, and Spain. He is professor in the Masters of Architecture Communication program at UPM, and has been invited as a professor in the Master of Collective Housing program of UPM at ETH Zurich. He is co-founder of M Square Fit Architects, along with Maria Vittoria Tesei. The firm is a transdisciplinary practice that works on innovative housing solutions, inclusive urban spaces, and research projects to promote a more resilient relationship between them while producing sustainable solutions. So, Flavio, the stage is yours.
Thank you, Milan, and thank you everyone for having us. I mean, our practice is small. Even smaller than some play studio, but well, we as you pointed out, we are kind of multidisciplinary. I mean, I should go with the presentation to just explicate a little bit our work. Well, the presentation is not about the projects, but it's about the workflow, because as I said, our approach is basically multidisciplinary. We recognize that architecture has a certain amount of autonomy, but it is pretty limited in many circumstances. So we try to work understanding the environment in which we are situated. And for environment, I'm referring to every kind of environment, from the naturalistic to the urban one. Then to then have a better understanding of the actual necessities and better speculate on the future. For us, sociology, anthropology, economics, history, natural sciences, geography are just some of the disciplines we try to use to design architecture. We find that architecture could be the result product where all those influences converge. In any case, for us, architecture is mainly political and is strictly bounded to the environments in which it is inserted. For that, architecture has to take a position. It has to follow ideas, but above all, it has to evolve together with emerging needs. In fact, new global and local issues, as we recently saw, are emerging, and architecture should have a role to play in this continuous change. If we just get stuck building or designing the same old architectures, well, we are not evolving. That's why research in architecture is fundamental for us. That's why our practice is inseparable from research and from divulgation through publication and teaching. For example, this project, Domestic Boundaries, is a research, a book, and an exhibition made between Rome and Madrid that studied the contemporary domesticity in the Western urban environments. A domesticity that is now seeing a strong blurring of its traditional boundaries and dualities. Well, I'm not going into that because it's too long, but we study the main changes and revolution that influenced the creation of new domesticities and new lifestyles. And we try to relate them to the creation of new spaces and emerging necessities. For example, we studied the gender revolution and how this revolution pushes an expansion of domesticity in the city, where many domestic routines and activities are carried out in the urban environment, or the digital revolution that creates an augmentation of domesticity through internet and technological devices. This is a specific kind of domesticity that could now be recalled in every moment and every place. Well, this is not, of course, a project in itself, it's a research, but those evolutions are also reflected in emerging lifestyles and needs. An example, as you see here, could be the evolution of preparing meals and the kitchen, the space of the kitchen. A kitchen that was separated by the rest of the house, but then the kitchen opens, then prepared meals became a new generalized reality. On-the-go restaurants appears altogether with a fast eating culture, then the diffused food delivery business. So, well, in any case, the kitchen systems evolved, and this evolution, as many others, are questioning the standards. Then we question ourselves. Is the traditional kitchen with its untouchable structure still so untouchable, or is the house still a separated entity from work? If we use the bedroom for every kind of activities, why it still has the same structure of the beginning of the 20th century? Does the house need new kind of spaces? Those are kind of huge and open questions that we are trying to figure it out. But one of those new lifestyles that emerges from the evolution of domesticity is, for example, living alone by choice and not by a consequence of life. This lifestyle, probably you already know, is on a huge growth rate in Europe and in the United States, and it can reflect the development of a society, both in relation to the exercise of individual freedom, emancipation, and autonomy, but also in relation to their surrounding environment. We then researched this lifestyle, trying to figure out what are the new spatial needs and how architecture could produce something specific that is not just an adaptation from other solutions. The relationship with the city and with the house is in fact completely different from the other lifestyles, so it should be reflected also in the design process. Well, to tackle that on a more larger scale, we are also organizing with the Master in Architectural Communication of the University of Madrid a huge event. On this study in Madrid is October, but well, I'm not I'm not doing any kind of publicity here. I mean, we focused on some of those issues deriving from living alone or just the change in domesticity, designing the pattern house in Madrid, for example. The general concept of the house could now be recognized, in fact, for the very first time as a productive place by capital. It means that the material kind of works could be held anywhere, and the house is one of the preferred places, also Vika pointed out. The pandemic just make, I think, quicker this process. Then basically the pattern house is an open place designed from the beginning to help productive and domestic activities at the same time. In fact, we think that despite theoretically the material productivity could be held anywhere, in reality it still needs its spaces for concentration and for psychological separation from other routines. In fact, in the pattern house, colors and patterns are used to suggest and amplify the atmosphere of each space, creating sensations that are always different, but also connected to each other. It is the sensations that define the function. Touch, sight, or smell are the main tools for the construction of the interior space in this case. And they are they manage to adapt to different needs. Well, just to close up, because I believe I'm running late, those changes in the society should also be reflected in the urban structure, or at least we believe that. Ecoscalo is a project that promotes new form of living in the urban fabric of Milano Rogoredo in Italy. It is a widespread urban catalyst. In fact, we design different urban situations for different human and non-human needs, kids squares, games for children, sports areas, urban gardens, urban parks, common areas, well, etc., etc., etc. But we also plan 3 main residential solutions, like rented buildings, co-housing or student housing, each one of that with multiple configuration to attract people from different backgrounds and different needs, promoting then integration and inclusion instead of segregation, because this was a neighborhood with a huge segregation problem. But we found out, to close up, that the difficult thing is to adapt the existing urban fabric to the new needs, not just building new buildings or new neighborhoods, but to adapt the existing one is very challenging. This is why we developed this apparently chaotic relational map that relates many of the actors involved in this process, or the actors that we find out that they are involved in this process. The surprising thing is that with a little bit of awareness, architecture is potentially present in each of these processes, no longer as a single engine of change, as it was once believed, but as a fundamental part in an inseparable network of multidisciplinary relationship. In fact, it is partly autonomous, but it also is largely dependent on other factors. Architecture is basically now the tool through which change can really take its own form and begin to exist in space. I mean, that's all, folks. Those are just some info and context.
Thank you, Flavio. Yeah, obviously these 10 minutes presentations are too short all the time to present all your kind of interesting and quite advanced work. You went from research to teaching to interventions such as apartment renewal to huge scale also development projects. You said that your primary interest is also the housing issues. You are kind of investigating and reaching findings through inducting research. And can you maybe explain a bit more if any of your research has also the agenda of housing as primary human rights or affordable housing towards kind of producing a policy making and kind of influencing the decision maker in that term, or it's barely just kind of finding a way to better make an intervention in a direct project?
Yeah, well,
does it make sense?
Yeah, no, it makes sense, but it's also at the same time a huge question. I mean, it's kind of big question about housing right now. Well, to address it shortly, well, I think I showed in the presentation that we are interested more in housing starting from the people and lifestyles than to the architectural end of the issue. But also, well, the architectural one is important, but right now we have regulations, we have laws that are actually guiding us in the design in the housing design. So it's kind of difficult to move from those regulations. So we are approaching the housing issues, finding new necessities, new lifestyles, because all the regulations are based on like traditional lifestyles or what became traditional right now. But we are living in a society that is moving very fast, very quick, and it is changing. So they are changing also the needs. For example, the living alone research that we presented, we are not suggesting how the people that lives alone is living. We are just studying how the people that lives alone today is living in the environment they are confined. And probably they lived in housing solutions built in the 60s or in the 70s for families, couples, or whatever, but for sure not for living alone. And we are not proposing to put the people that lives alone in a studio apartment, because it's not a matter of just space, it's a matter of necessities. And we probably, as also I pointed out, we work in the houses. So probably a person that lives alone needs a huge space for work in the house. Well, we are studying the changes, and also we don't have we have to remember that domesticity right now it's happening also in the city. So a lot of activities, for example, the kitchen, many of the cooking activities are now happening in the city. So something is changing also in the space of the kitchen. You can lose some space in the kitchen and gaining more for the bedroom, because right now in the bedroom we have not just sex and sleep, but we also work, we also play, we also study, we also, I don't know, we do a lot of stuff in the bedroom, and the traditional bedroom was just not made for that. I'm just closing up, because otherwise I will talk just
It was not meant to be a provocation, but it turns that way, because all these things that you explain now are quite relevant as well. So this is all new. It can be all new panel, but let's try to kind of keep this format. That's why I'm inviting now the third panelist, Anna Rode, representing Norel Rode. Norel Rode is a Stockholm-based architecture studio founded by Daniel Norell and Einar Rode. One of their recently completed project is the conversion of a historical Navy building to a Royal Institute of Art in Stockholm. Norel Rode has been featured on exhibition at the Oslo Architecture Triennale, Yale University School of Architecture, the Venice Biennale, ArcDes, to name a few. Einar and Daniel are both senior lecturers at various universities in Sweden. So I'm inviting Einar to have their presentation.
Thank you. So I'm gonna see if I can screen share in a minute. So again, thanks for the invitation. So this is an image from our atelier in Stockholm, where we sit and work. It's at times cleaner than here, but I like this moment because it resonates with how we sometimes think about architecture and the city as an ongoing process. So construction, reconstruction, buildings or models here, they come and go. Some are neatly ordered in place, others are just there temporarily, perhaps gradually becoming something else. This is an image from last week in Stockholm, where Greta and her friends sits in the center every Friday, encouraging us to be, let's say, more radical in our work. As we all are aware of, our profession is challenged for good reasons. We know that concrete or cement, it stands for almost 10% of the global emissions of carbon dioxide. At the same time, massive wood starts to replace concrete, at least that's the trend in Sweden. At the same time, we see how forest clearings and monoculture plantations threatens biodiversity. So our dependence on materials makes our discipline difficult, let's say. So what I will share with you today is a few small scale projects where we work with architecture that starts from existing things instead of using virgin materials, to design by altering, recombining, repurposing, etc. And we think about these projects as experiments and testing grounds, which ideally start to inform more typical commissions. So this table is from an artistic research project called Interiors Matters that studies the life cycles of interiors, furniture, and building elements. The project includes a series of furniture pieces that gathers materials and parts from different realms. So there's often an element of serendipity, let's say, when designing with existing things that are appropriated for other purposes, let's say. The strip light fixtures that we used in the design of this table, for example, have detailing and technical parts that become unhooked from function and meaning. So in the table, one can argue that the detailing acquires a new significance. And when we were assembling these shares from various found metal objects, including the structure of an existing share, the question of authorship became apparent. So without knowing, so the structure was from a share designed in the 90s by my colleague Jonas Oslund here at the University, Konstfack, where I teach. So who is the author of this share? Is it us? Perhaps obviously not as much as it is him. So in his novel, The Invisible Cities, Italo Calvino elaborates on a city called Clarice, where the same building elements are continuously rearranged on an urban scale. And he writes things like, the capitals could have been in the chicken runs before they were in the temples. The marble urns could have been planted with basil before they were filled with dead bones, and so on. And I read that as almost a manifest for a new city. And based on his text, we recently made a large installation for an exhibition called Architectures of Transition. And in order to, let's say, situate ourselves in his Clarice, we went on a scavenger hunt in Stockholm, collecting used objects, mostly found on demolition sites. So that's happening here on the floor in our atelier, and then assemble, they form a gridded structure, perhaps a facade in the city. So this is the 5-meter tall installation, still titled Clarice, in an exhibition that just opened in northern Sweden. So the city is full with stuff, objects and architecture. How can a close look at such extant material, the way it's used, its genesis and varying temporality, as well as the flows that supports it, be turned into a proposition for architecture that takes these aspects into account? So to understand where elements and materials go when buildings come to an end, we have over the last years done a series of excursions where we visit demolition sites, outlets for used building elements, recycling centers, etc., to talk to people in the flow of used materials. Here is an active landfill in Stockholm where building parts and other waste materials are buried deep underground. It once was a strip mine, and now this wound in the landscape is being concealed gradually with garbage. So the waste will be kind of protected with a waterproof layer below and above, like a wrapped-in gift, ready to be handed over to future generations. And in response to these visits, we developed this project called Under Construction, which was supported by the Future Architecture Platform, where we imagined a city that is constantly being rebuilt using the same stock of materials. And giving materials and building elements a second life, it is a logistical challenge. But as architects, we realize that it's as much a cultural and designerly problem. So one of the most persistent architectural conventions is to consider abstract space before material entities. Building elements and materials should be subservient to a larger whole. Perhaps this approach is aligned with a view in the world that is inherited from industrialism, in which any materials could be sourced anew and molded into shape indefinitely. The design of the Under Construction project, it kind of flips the design process around by departing from already established stock of materials. So we design a series of buildings. Each one has a different material, let's say, which kind of increasingly helps them to be able to be recycled at the end of their life. Here, kind of metal diffusers and some anti-dove spikes are arranged to form a John Haydock-like character, so we cycled through references when we played around with these buildings. And together they form a fictional neighborhood with streets and plazas. And there's obviously a play with representation going on as the kind of reading oscillates between the scale of the model and that of the material. So I wanted to kind of end this short talk with a recent project that builds on the same thinking in a much more casual way. So if you look close enough, very few buildings are static. And here's an historical survey of an old Navy building in the heart of Stockholm. It once was this very small storage building. That's what's in dark gray here. And it has then over the years kind of grown gradually in all directions. And we feel for this building because it tries to look kind of proud and proper, but if you pay attention, you see negotiations and conflicts all over. We were invited to transform the ground floor of this into the Royal Institute of Art, into their new home for students working with photography, moving images, performance arts, etc. And our transformation, it treats the building as a found object, and the design aims at turning old accidents into architecture. So we started the project with an inventory of the spaces as well as other hidden resources of the Institute. So we noted these beautiful timber posts that we wanted to kind of unclutter and emphasize. We also found series of overlooked wooden chairs in the school's warehouse, which we could reuse. And we also found an old stonework that could be turned into a table, etc. And most of these photographs now, they are from just before the school opened. And being an art school, it's now gradually transforming beyond our control, which we find both kind of scary and interesting. But these are before the students arrived. We designed a series of furniture pieces for the project, including this greenish table. Here an example of the negotiation between kind of new and existing elements, a tailored recessed shelf precisely fit to the notch in the existing timber post. Working with paint, that's kind of a great tool to emphasize or downplay existing elements. I mean, overall, the project, it transformed the existing interior through many kind of small and precise additions, like this one, rather than through material and budget-intense transformations of the interior as a whole. And here, finally, the space, when it's filled with people, it's from the inauguration with faculty, students, guests gathered around the big table just before the pandemic changed everything. And this leads us to a question. When does architecture start and when does it stop? And me and Daniel, we see a need to consider architecture in a widened temporal framework, including the sourcing and processing of materials, maintenance, and how and where a building is eventually laid to rest. And this last question, along with some of the previous themes I have shown today, it has to do with control and letting go, or how to integrate aspects of chance and entropy in the conception of architecture. All right, that's it. Thank you.
Perfect. Right on time. Thank you, Einar. I think it's really interesting and impressive work that you in your studio with your students carry on. You said that architecture is depending on material, which is so true. I mean, now with all these new initiatives such as New European Bauhaus, we kind of make sure and realize that we haven't changed the way we build for almost 100 years. The structure is remain the same, only the materiality change. And it, again, better architecture depends on the access of good and expensive materials and vice versa. So I really think that it's interesting that you're finding a way to kind of give a second life to materials, and also kind of the recycling, reuse and upcycling is quite a huge topic within your practices. Maybe for the end, do you think it could have been possible to carry out such an interesting project in economic school, or I mean, it is art school, you said that, do you think it's possible to do the same project in economic school, or it's only possible in the realm of culture and arts?
Yeah, it's I've never thought about that question before, but it's a great question. I mean, I think with some adjustments, probably. When we did this project, we thought perhaps the spaces are too eccentric in a way. I mean, also artists, usually they would like to have architecture serving as a background to their work. But then when it was filled with people and there was this professors performing in the space, I mean, then we realized that this is still quite kind of low-key stuff we have proposed. And I'm sure that, I mean, the society is changing on many levels. And at least the School of Economics in Stockholm, they are quite concerned with things like sustainability or even questioning growth as something to look for. So I think that could happen. It would be fantastic to try.
Nice to hear that, yeah. So thank you again, Einar. I'm going to invite you all now in the discussion. Maybe I will just, I don't know, address one general question that I can find is something that can wrap you all in the same panel of discussion. And then afterwards, I will invite you, if you have any questions for each other, to go for it and yeah, compliment yourself, be provocative, or so on. But first, because something that connects you, that of course that you're all young and emerging and quite successful and really impressive in the work that you are doing, but you're all working as teachers as well. So I think that something interesting is out of your experience, how can you tell that the teaching practices have influenced your practice in architecture, but also as your kind of observation of the new generations, probably how your students are aware about the digitalization, the digital shift processes, the social just, and the environment at all. Can you see a change in generations? I mean, maybe it's a loaded question, but I'm really kind of... Vika, yeah. Can you, yeah, you sure. Can just go for it, yeah.
You can see me
or you need thinking. Time to just think through.
Yeah, you know, it's interesting. I think it's hard to totally disentangle it because I feel like I've been teaching so much now for about 8 years, and it's kind of was happening at the same time as I was starting my practice. But I think that, you know, a big reason to teach is for me, is to really build community, both with other teachers, but then also with students. They often become part of my practice or our practice, and or they just stay in touch, and it sort of becomes this way to, you know, have this sort of network of people all around the world, really, who have somehow at some point crossed the path, the architectural path. I always tell my students, you know, we're all kind of part of one big community, whether you want it or not. We'll meet again at the end of the course. But what I've noticed more recently, and maybe that has to do with the schools I teach at in some ways, that, you know, I think my generation was really, really excited about technology in a way that was really innocent, and that now there's a certain more critical stance that I'm also trying to teach and convey to students. But I think what I see sometimes is almost a new conservatism, where students are saying, well, we don't really want to learn all that fancy stuff. We're not interested in knowing how to render a 3D model or make VR things or whatever. We just actually want to kind of go back to building fundamentals. We want to learn how to make this detailed drawing and so on. And my sense is always that school is a place to experiment, to push the boundaries, to do things you're not doing in practice, because you're going to learn how to do that detail in practice, right? You don't necessarily need to do that in school. But sometimes I feel like there's sort of a pushback almost, which I also accept and I'm happy to discuss, you know, but that's been especially in a lot more recently, like 2-3 years, and in the pandemic also, which I think has very real, those are very real concerns. I basically went to school in my first degree, even though I finished 2011, but I think the spirit was a pre-2008 financial crisis kind of energy, right? We were just like, there was a lot of sort of hope and openness, and I think now it's a very different kind of time, and people are also probably concerned about getting jobs, and so they don't feel open necessarily to be that experimental and free in their time of learning, but they're already kind of thinking about what's next. That's my sense, but I'm very curious to hear from Einar and Fabio about your experiences, if you have similar experiences.
I could follow up on that from my students here at Convergence. It's I mean, this is a school where it's a long tradition of working with their hands, full on and scale 1-to-1 and so on. And I think that has I agree with you that students are perhaps less interested in the digital, at least to the point that we were when I was studying. And I think recently the pandemic and everything, people are even more interested in getting their hands dirty and being in the real, let's say, because they are so pushed away from it. My students here at Convergence, they're really concerned about the future in relation to the climate change, let's say. And it's they see it coming, and they see how their future is being threatened for real. And many are not really interested in producing more stuff to the world. So they look at other ways of going around with still being interested in architecture. So they are into restoration and almost repairment or mending, or into local production, or looking at the countrysides, other ways of living, etc. So I think that's a big interest among the students here, at least.
Flavio?
Yeah, no, I mean, I completely agree with both Vika and Einar, and I also would add that for me, for example, teaching is also learning, because, well, I think I'm quite young, so I'm also teaching the master. So the people that are in the master, the students, are mostly my age. So actually, I'm learning a lot, because they are people that with a different path from mine, different views. So I continue growing. And of course, there's a lot of sensibility right now for the sustainability of the city, of the construction of architecture, but not just for the environment, also for the discipline itself, because at least in Spain or in Italy, well, we say in the Southern Europe, architecture right now is still in a crisis, I think. I mean, we don't build a lot of stuff, and the stuff that we build, they are not just so innovative, they are just new buildings, but nothing more than that. So students, I believe, they are finding a way, not just finding a job, but finding a way to produce architecture, to make architecture exist in this contemporary world struck by a continuous crisis. It is kind of weird, but every 5 years we have a new crisis that in some way compromise architecture, because it seems that architecture is not that important in the global scale of the world to in some way stop those crises. But well, I believe the contrary, of course, but the politics or the power management of the states doesn't believe so that much. At least I'm speaking for my countries. So well, yes, teaching is important because it's also produce consciousness towards architecture that is important, not just make building, looking good building or sustainable actions, but it's making sustainable actions that could make a change in our society, in our world. And also thinking about that we are living in a human and non-human world. It's kind of important to take account of that.
Nice. I'm really happy that we had this conversation. I also, as your students, want to have my hands now dirty and have the opportunity to have you in person and continue this conversation over a drink somewhere in the same place. But we need to be happy with these digital formats. So Yes, I'm really happy that we have you all gathered in this conversation. I will leave you the opportunity, if you have any questions, to ask your fellow colleagues from the other part of the world, or otherwise we need to wrap up this conversation. Yeah. Any final thoughts, maybe? Not questions, yeah.
I mean, very nice to see the other presentations by Flavio and Vika. I mean,
Thank you.
Great inspiration.
Yeah, it's a really short amount of time. It's kind of passed by so quickly. I'm really having so much questions that I want to ask you. But I'm really glad also for your students that they're having the opportunity to work with you and also obviously influence their kind of architectural growth on their kind of professional path. So I'm really happy that it's kind of vice versa, kind of giving and taking. The teaching can obviously influence your practicing architecture and the other way around. So I think that we are on a good path. Let's keep kind of the optimistic tone at the end. I'm really happy that we are having the opportunity presented by Strelka with this future architect conference to have the time and opportunity to talk about all this interesting thing. I will also kind of like to thank to the audience for being part of this conversation. I believe that you will be soon contacted for more explanation about your work from some of them. And I would finally invite you to also go to the Future Architecture channels and be aware about the condensation of many interesting architecture events across Europe that are happening in September and October. Most of them will have the format of hybrid events, online and offline events, rather in small scale and rather kind of addressing global issues, but from the local point of view, which I'm also quite happy about. So we are having around 10 events from Lisbon to Oslo, to Rome, to Belgrade, to Tirana, and so on. So go and check the events, and we hope for another opportunity to have discuss important things for the future of architecture in our habitats. Thanks again, Bikainer and Flavio. Thanks, Strelka, and see you in the next opportunity. Yeah.
Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Carlo Ratti. I wish I were with you in Strelka. I spent a lot of great time in Strelka, teaching there for 1 year, together with my colleague Dennis Frenchman, with Ren Kulas and Dadri in the beautiful building next to the river. But today we'll have to do, virtually, also because of the pandemic. And what I wanted to do today is share with you some of our latest work that really looks at the convergence between the natural and the artificial world. So the title I gave is Sensible Design. Sensible is the name of our lab at MIT, Sensible City Lab, but really looking at the idea of radical atoms, how we can work in this new way with matter, with physical matter, in blending natural and artificial. And this convergence is part of a double convergence we are seeing today. The first convergence is the convergence between digital and physical, is what some people call smart cities, but it's basically the world of networks converging with the physical world. We can use data to describe the places we live in, and then thanks to AI, we can interpret data, and all this information can ultimately help us to transform the way we design and live in cities. But again, this convergence is part of a bigger convergence, and the bigger convergence is between natural and artificial. Is the old idea of cyborg, but it's also, not only cyborg, which goes from the natural world to the artificial one, uses the artificial to augment the natural, but also in the other direction, how our buildings, the world of the artificial, can hybridize with nature. So somehow, what you see here is this double convergence that goes from natural to artificial and also from artificial to natural. And I want to share this with you with a few projects. So for instance, I wanted to start with some work we started doing a few years ago, actually, what you see in this paper. We started looking at where energy is consumed in buildings on the MIT campus. And what you discover, actually, you know where people are on the MIT campus, you know where energy is consumed, and what you discover is that, there's no relationship between where people are and where we put energy. So we started thinking about, could we think about a new concept for our buildings, or something we call local warming? Can we really think about how we could not heat or cool in an indiscriminate way all of a building, but just, concentrate energy where people are? And we tested this outside of MIT. This was the first experiment. What you see here, during the winter, that's the main entrance, 77 Massachusetts Avenue. During the winter, this is quite cold. And so we started having this kind of concentrated infrared beams heating people. So after this project, which was just a small test outside of MIT, we worked on a follow-up. This follow-up was actually done for Ren Kulas' Venice Biennale. Incidentally, we worked a lot with Ren and Strelka when we were there together teaching. And in the Venice Biennale, we actually tried to test the same thing on a bigger scale. So what you see here is what you will see in a place of the Biennale, in a place that where you want to show in detail how the system works. So that was more like an installation. But later, in more recent years, recently we've actually been applying the same thing in a building. This is actually the Agnelli Foundation in Turin, Italy. And what you see here is again the idea that you got this kind of bubbles of heating, lighting, and cooling, and the people can control from their smartphone. And it also, when nobody's there, the building, a little bit like your computer, goes on standby, so we save energy. And here you see the initial sketch, the initial rendering from the Agnelli Foundation. Here you see the system again for heating, lighting, and cooling. Here again, these were initial images, but here you see the finished building. Incidentally, the building It's an existing building, completely renovated. I want to show this picture also because of the blending, different type of blending between natural and artificial, the garden and the inside. Here you see all the responsive elements inside we were talking about before, and some other images of the spaces that have been built. Also in the old, the building is existing. There is a more historical part, and there's a part from the 1960s was completely renovated. So in the different parts, the same approach was taken. So again, this was about showing how just a very basic system, in this case, the system for heating, lighting, and cooling in space, could, thanks to data, thanks to intelligence, thanks to the convergence of digital and physical, become something much more responsive. The building starts to respond to us more like a living organism. And again, this is part of the convergence I was saying before between the world of the artificial. In the world of the artificial, I used Bourbon-Simon definition. So the world of our buildings or our cities or our objects, and how they can be hybridized with the natural world. Here I see some images of the Agnelli Foundation, some of the other spaces, the same system applied to all of it in both the historic building and the West. Again, here's still the historic part of the building. I'll show you another project. It's a project we did World Expo in Milan. The World Expo in Milan, as you might know, was dedicated to food. And we did 2 pavilions there. Incidentally, we are now working on the Italian pavilion, the World Expo in Dubai. So if you are in Dubai, do come visit us. I will not show you the project now, but it's being completed as you speak and will be officially inaugurated on the 1st of October. But the World Expo in Milan, prior World Expo, so we were involved in the design of 2 pavilions that I want to briefly show you. One, as I mentioned, the theme was about feeding the planet, was about food. And so one of them was related to how we distribute food. People started calling it the future supermarket. Now, this was the pavilion. The box was given to us in this case. The skin was given to us, so we could do anything we wanted inside. And we knew what we did not want to do. We didn't want to do a supermarket like this. Incidentally, that's a beautiful picture by Andreas Gursky of a supermarket of the 20th century, but some kind of an alienating picture. Our inspiration was from Italo Calvino. Some of you might have read Invisible Cities by Calvino. And it's Italo Calvino in another book called Mr. Palomar from 1983, describes this kind of character called Mr. Palomar, who's in Paris, looks at the cheese shop and starts thinking about all the stories behind every product. And little by little, as you see here in the quote, the place becomes like a museum. Mr. Palomar visiting it feels as he does in the Louvre. So we wanted to start to tell stories behind what we see. And of course, this is nothing new. This is something, for instance, that Tesco pioneered and prototyped in Seoul, where you can actually get the products, scan them, get information about them, and then decide what to buy. But it was not very successful. You see, again, it's a bit alienating yourself, the phone, and the product. So our idea was, can we use technology to give a new consistency, to bring to a new reality something like this? And what you see here is a traditional market, and it's a beautiful painting by Guttuso, where, see the interactions between people and people and products, that richness. How can we bring it to the future supermarket at the World Expo? And the way we did it has been by, first of all, using tables. Since thousands of years, tables have been a beautiful way for humans to share things, food or other things. And on top of the table, we put a bunch of Kinect sensors, what you see there to the right. And in the Kinect sensor, we detect people as people approach the place, approach the table, and automatically basically show information about what you're touching, what you're looking at, and so on. So basically, somehow, you can, if you see here in this kind of apples, you can get an apple quickly as you would do normally today in any shop. But then if you got a bit more time, you can, look at the information that automatically pops up. And if you have even more time, maybe you see a video of the orchard from where the apple comes. So again, the idea to have a seamless way whereby we can show more information about the products. And we think that actually having more information about products is good because it can promote more informed consumption. It can help us, for instance, to pick products that have a smaller CO2 footprint and so on. So basically, unless we have that information, we'll not be able to make our consumption habits more sustainable. So those were the initial sketches. This is the overall sketch for the supermarket. We like the idea that this would be almost like a theater, that from the top you will see all the different levels and all the different type of food. And again, that all this information would pop up close to the products, but also with different layers, as you see here. And get a different type of information as well. So, just immediately above the products, you get information about that apple, about what you're touching or approaching. But then above, you got more aggregated information about what are the most popular things, what are the offers of the day, all dynamic information that actually is fed by how people behave and what people do and buy. So here you can see the building finish. Incidentally, won a number of design prizes, and actually then led to a number of replicas, and now it's being the same system is being tested and applied in different countries around the world. But here you see the the space is built. Here you see some other images. We also tested robotics. You see different layers of information. At the end, we also had a big data visualization. We like this idea that the supermarket could become almost like but the supermarket is effectively this kind of beautiful distribution mechanism that gets products from all over the world, and then here distributes them both locally and globally, because it was also distributing all of this to visitors to the expo that were coming from all over the world. So it was kind of a big mixer connecting global products with also global audience in this case. And again, you want to visualize that in that process and the functioning all fed with real-time data in the big screen at the end. And here you see a bit of people playing with this. Kids loved it. Kids will jump from one product to the other to see this kind of accordion of information opening up in front of them. Again, if you only have a few seconds, you get very basic information like carbon footprint or nutritional values. But if you got more time, the more you play with this and the more you look at something, the more you can learn and discover about it. Here's the video. And again, for us, this was a way to play at this boundary between natural and artificial, to take a usually very artificial place like a supermarket, but again, thanks to data technology, transform it into something that becomes almost alive. That has the same interactions that we find between humans and products in a more traditional market. Now, I want to share with you also the other project we did at World Expo in Milan. In this case, we won an international competition to design the pavilion for New Holland as a major sponsor of the World Expo. As you know, New Holland is one of the largest agricultural equipment producers globally. And this was the initial sketch, actually, with which we won the competition, which was based on a very simple idea. Can we have a big field, an agricultural field, and there we can actually have self-driving tractors that would put seeds in a very precise way. So basically, as if they were printing at the agricultural scale. So putting different seeds in different places and using that in order, again, to create patterns at the agricultural scale. Now, you might say this is a cool idea, but why would you want to do that? Is it a bit is this just for fun? Well, not really, because one of the key issues of agriculture in the 20th century has been monoculture. And still today we use monoculture globally to produce a scale, to farm a scale, but monoculture is not what nature does. And monoculture creates a lot of issues, as you know. Monoculture means that then you need a lot of pesticides, you need a lot of chemicals, fertilizers in order to protect. Because you got only one type of crop or one type of production. What nature does usually is something very different. Nature actually will put together different things. Nature will work with a richer ecosystem, and when you got the richer ecosystem, then things will interact with each other, will protect itself, and so on. So our idea was, this could become in the future where we can do, thanks to technology, again, thanks to robotics and so on, we can use this in order to become much more sustainable and farm in a way that's much closer to what nature does. And this was the idea for the pavilion, but actually more or less at the same time, Benedict Gross, who was a had been a researcher at our lab at MIT, did this for his thesis at the Royal College of Art, which was, let's do an example of this. So let's take a field. And in this field, let's see what nature would do. Well, nature might probably, if you have two types of crops, mix them with this kind of cellular system. It doesn't really matter the exact geometry. We could do anything we want. And by the way, for fun, he also had a small smiley face, as you see there on the right. And then, by using a very precise locationing system for the tractor, in this case, not yet a self-driving tractor, then, what you see here is actually the drawing from the computer that has become an agricultural field. And here you see a little video with some images of that test. So you see, again, you saw before the image. And then here you see how it is. But I'll skip it here. But again, how this might become a new way of farming tomorrow that allows a different blending between technology, robotics, the world of the artificial, and also the natural. I also want to share with you this project. This is a skyscraper. It's about to be completed in Singapore. It's a project where we won an international competition to design together with BIG. And again, it's almost completed. And in this case, again, we worked a lot on the integration of natural and artificial, in particular with what you see in the middle. You see the middle is kind of suspended square, a suspended tropical forest overlooking Singapore that becomes the place for encounter for people both at the top of the skyscraper and the lower part of the skyscraper. The top is offices, the lower part is service department. And here you see some other images also of the lobby, the entrance, and so. But again, trying to work with different ways architecturally, whereby we can bring nature inside the building. And even the parking space could be transformed over time with different functions. So so somehow again, other ways with technology, with nature itself, of blending and working at the boundary between natural and artificial. And just to start wrapping up, I want to share with you this that we did a couple of years ago at Milan Design Week. Was the opening act of Milan Design Week. And the organizer of Milan Design Week came to us and wanted to talk about some of the key themes that are important today for the world of design. And clearly, climate change is one of them, and also bringing nature back to our cities is another very important one. I think the big challenge in the 20th century was to integrate with nature, but moving outwards, has been moving outwards, but that resulted in endless sprawl. I think the big challenge today is actually moving inwards and bringing nature with us in the core of our cities. So what we did here was in the main square in Milan, that's Piazza del Duomo, the cathedral square, you see the cathedral in the back, into a garden with 4 seasons at the same time. And the idea was to use the energy from the sun in order to generate a bit of electricity, but then use this in order to heat and cool in a differential way, and without wasting anything in a totally circular way, in order to have a place with 4 seasons at the same time. So not only bringing a magic garden in the core of Milan, but also having this kind of multiple seasons. It's almost like you're moving through space and you're moving through time from one season to the next one. Here, the shape was actually informed by the beautiful historical courtyard of the Royal Palace in Milan. So the building was actually over here, the cathedral just opposite it. And here you see actually the 4 seasons, summer, fall, winter, and the spring. And again, you get the energy from the sun, and then with the energy from the sun, you can use it for controlling, heating, and cooling in a differential way, and create this season that coexist. You see here the built building, some of the images. You see here the inside. we'll move more to the indoor. In the winter part, actually, it was so cold that snow was naturally generated. It's what we see here. In the summer, what you see here, so this was the spring, you had this kind of beautiful blossoming trees, and in the summer was really a true sweaty summer, Milanese summer, with very high temperature. Again, using the energy from the sun in order to combine all of this. And like with your refrigerator, when you're cooling on one side, inside the refrigerator, you're producing heating on the other side. So if you use the same approach in a circular way, you can just rebalance, remodulate the temperatures, and again, create the 4 seasons over time. And here you And I'll finish with a final project. This was also at Milan Design Week. It was actually the last Milan Design Week before COVID. And incidentally, we are now about to open another project exactly in the same place. This year, Milan Design Week, which has been postponed to September. It's usually Milan Design Week, as you might know, is in April, but because of COVID, it was postponed a couple of times, and now it is in September 2021. So we're just working the latest one, so check it out. It's another cool project, but I want to show you this, which is the last one we did before COVID. And this is in a beautiful place in the core of Milan. It's called the Orto Botanico. Orto Botanico is like a botanical garden in the very center of Milan. It's a historical place, as you can see. And it was given to us to be transformed and actually to show what design can do in terms of helping circularity, a circular economy. And so what we decided to do, one of the things that always bothers me when at big fairs like Milan Design Week and so on is, or expos, is that we design a lot of things, we build a lot of things, and that a lot of the stuff that's actually used ends up in a landfill. And so here we try to say, can we actually do something which is 100% circular? And being in this kind of botanical garden, we say, could we actually have an architecture that almost comes from soil, becomes architecture, and then is composted and goes back to soil after the exhibition? And that's what we did. So this was being globally the biggest project using mycelium, the root of mushroom, in a new way. Clearly, we had only a few weeks to draw it, so we didn't do a full architecture. We did a simplified architecture with these kind of arches. The story of the arches that you're seeing is also another one, is that no structural engineer would actually certify the stability of this kind of mushroom structures. And so by using arches, there's a big advantage, which is the advantage that already Pollini in the 17th century and then Antoni Gaudí in the 19th century had discovered, which is, an arch can give you a pure compression form. You might recall the beautiful models by Gaudí, for the Sagrada Familia and so on, where it used all these cables, which is inverted catenaries, in order to find these lines of pure compression that lead to this kind of similar to parabolic arches. It's really like the opposite of a catenary, it's an inverted catenary process. And so by doing this, actually, we could control better the forces inside, which allows us to check the arches structurally, make the structural engineers more comfortable about this. They were really concerned about having all of this made of mushroom, which is a good material, but it's in between wood and polystyrene. It's very light, like polystyrene, and nobody really knew how it would behave. So we did actually a few kilometers of mycelium. We produced it from the soil. You see it here. Then the only thing you see here is really the mycelium, plus you got a bit of ropes. Again, architecture usually starts when you connect elements. It's a bit like what Louis Kahn says is when you take an element, you connect it with another element. So again, not only the arches, but also starting to connect them. Maybe if we had more time, we could have created some kind of additional interstitial structure to turn this into a proper three-dimensional space. But this was more like to make a radical point about circularity and growing a piece of architecture from soil. So this was during the exhibition. You see some of the images, and then, as I was saying, after the exhibition, this all went to soil and was composted. And again, I want to finish with this. Here are some other images of the space in different arches. Again, a few kilometers of mycelium mushroom being produced in a few weeks, turned into this, and then composted. And I want to finish with this because it's almost like you know, what I see in the longer term. If you see now is about, you know, blending more the boundary between natural and artificial, using technology, using robotics, using AI, but also using nature itself as a building material. But if you look at the longer term future, really, could we be able one day to do a building that almost grows like a tree? And if you think about a tree, is so much more sophisticated. True, nature had much more time than what we usually have to design. You had hundreds of thousands of years or millions of years. But when you think about the beauty of that, of a system that gets all the ingredients locally, all the construction material locally, gets all the energy locally, produces an amazing structure. And then, you know, when the structure is not used anymore, then all of that goes back in a 100% circular way. And I think somehow, you know, that should be our longer term inspiration, how our building can finally become something different than the linear economy we've seen so far, and something that's much more ingrained in the logic of nature. Now, I will stop with this image, and I look forward to seeing you soon in person in Strelka. I really had, as I mentioned, a great time there, and looking forward to being back soon. Thank you.
So yes, hello everyone. My name is Ksenia Krasnova. I'm project manager and design strategist at design consultancy Strelka. Today we will discuss the role of sustainable digital transformation in urban environment development. And I would like to introduce our speakers. So we have three speakers today. Dr. Johnson Huang. Could you please introduce yourself?
Hello, I'm from Korea. I'm from National Information Society Agency. I'm working on AI and national strategy, so how the digital national strategy and smart city. Good to see you.
Next, we have Professor Shiny Barath with us. Shiny.
Yes. Hi, everybody. So I'm an architect, Shani Barath. I'm an assistant professor and director of DD Lab, Disrupt Design Research Facility in the Faculty of Architecture at the Technion in Israel. And I'm the co-founder of Shaga Architects, which is a computational design practice based in Tel Aviv. Nice to meet you.
Thank you. And we also have Edward Hyman with us. Edward?
Да, всем здравствуйте.
Yes, hello everybody. I'm a multidisciplinary architect and designer. I have been working at the crossroads of urban design, urban planning, architecture, and contemporary art. I am the design director of Habitatum, company that is in charge of analysis of urban data and generation of analytical platforms for that data. Also, I work to create and research computational design practices for architecture.
So nowadays, this theme of digital transformation in the cities is very popular. Smart city concepts are implemented all over the world, from China to the United States. And the solutions are of different scale, from like big city strategic development projects to like micro projects, like, for example, microgrid in Brooklyn. So today we would like to discuss not only the advantages of city and urban environment digitalization and digital transformation, but also would like to emphasize some issues and problems in this area. So what are the actually possibilities and challenges in implementing these concepts, how they could contribute to creating sustainable environment, and in that case, what are the possibilities for young professionals, and what is the future of professions in the cities. And we will definitely touch upon some examples, and we will discuss those questions with our experts today. Let me start with the introduction of Dr. Huang. You are lead researcher at National Information Society Agency. You are leading the research in artificial intelligence strategist and data development strategist, and you have this massive and really amazing experience working with smart city and implementing smart city concepts. For example, you launched strategic plan for improvement of Seoul, and furthermore, you were also sort of initiated the UCity project, which is probably the world's first smart city project and smart city concept implementation. So, yeah, Dr. Huang.
Okay, my name is Johnson Huang.
so maybe a little difficult to read my read my name. So Huang, but you can Zhongsong and Huang. So I'm going to share my presentation first. So I'm at the moment I'm a lead researcher of National Information Society Agency, and also I was serving as a CIO of the Seoul Metropolitan Government, and also served as the master planner of Busan National Pilot Smart City. So today we are talking about urban digital transformation. So smart city also pursue the same objective. So the smart city aims for maybe urban intelligence. So make a city smart, and at the same time, also smart city aims to enable a citizen to be smarter by design, so by default, so without any additional or a hard training from the side of citizen. So as a specialist in the smart city area, the first hurdle we have to address is the definition problem. So as you all know, the smart city is very hard to define. There are many different definitions. So but generally we can categorize such many definitions into 4 groups. So from a city of sustainability to technology city and futuristic city, but recently more and more cities now take the concept of a city of a digital transformation. So as you explained, so Amsterdam and many new emerging smart cities now try to innovate their city instead of applying new technology. So it's quite a new trend. So what kind of changes we can expect from digital transformation from cities? So there are so many meaningful changes. We can expect so many meaningful changes, but mostly, so the biggest change it might be from hardware driven to software or data driven changes. So, and also the city, the architecture of city will be different and in the future city. So the traditional city based on vertical development, but the new emerging cities are trying to develop horizontal architecture, which combine different domain and different the processes together to create bigger synergy effect. Also, cities become a kind of open ecosystem, and also we can expect city get out of the principle of economy of scale. So at the moment, the traditional cities follow economy of scale principle very strongly. So the bigger city, the better service. But smart city smart city enables even small cities can provide similar level of service. The service is similar level to the big cities. The Korean experience itself, it is very interesting. Korean experience is very interesting. So we started the smart city as early as in 2003 under the name of the U-City, which stands for ubiquitous city, ubiquitous computing city. So, but the blue line, as blue line shows, so there's some kind of period of disillusion. A period of slump. So I personally define those period as a smart city winter. So the smart city winter roughly began in 2008 and to 2016. During that time, so before that winter, Korean people had very high level expectation to a smart city, but such a high expectation suddenly turned into big disappointment, and then smart city lost confidence from people and market. So I think now many cities try to build a smart city, but there is a danger to fall into kind of smart winter. And anyway, so we now overcome such winter. So as a result, we now begin to push for disruptive innovation. So when we started the smart city, the U city, so our innovation is sustaining innovation. Sustaining means that our innovation mostly aims to support the current urban system, but disruptive innovation is aims to create a new kind of urban system. So from our trial and errors, from our failures, we have learned that smart city is not a product. Smart city is a platform. So still, even in Korea, there are some project aims to produce some product. So like new city, or so put new system into some area or into some service. But we call that the city as a product approach. But so final product. But what we have learned is that such approach might bear very high probably they can have to fail. There are very high probability to get failed in such project. So the Korea government officially took a new concept of smart city as a platform, and then in this concept, smart city will work just like a smartphone, and solutions is just like apps. So app developers develop app to be added to smart city, just like that. Smart city. So now build a platform. Then so a third party developer was each government department will develop their own solutions and add to that platforms. So that's it. Thank you for bringing me here. Okay.
Thank you very much for the introduction to the theme. And by the way, I just would like to mention to all our participants that if you have anything to add or have some questions, like please feel free to comment and to ask questions. So now I would like to move on to Professor Barath. So Shani, you are an architect and a practitioner and a co-founder of an architectural studio, but you also dedicate a lot of your time to and a big part of your life to research and implementation of innovative hybrid design methods. And also you are a member of a think tank on urban artificial intelligence. So you are exploring this theme of digital rights for the citizens in the context of digitalization. So could you tell us more about your experience and your perspectives on urban digital transformation, its potential challenges, and context in terms of like contemporary environmental and social environment and emerging objectives?
Yes, of course, with pleasure. First of all, thank you very much for the invitation and for organizing such a wonderful topic to discuss. I will also share my screen with a short presentation. Can you see my screen? Okay, great. So, as you were saying, I'm currently an assistant professor, and I direct at the Faculty of Architecture in the Technion in Israel, a research facility which is called DD Lab, Disrupt Design. And in parallel, I'm the co-founder of a practice, Shaga Architects, which deals with design computation in multiple scales. When I was thinking of the topic of the panel, I formulated this short paragraph, and I will just go through parts of it, but I think that we emerge from a mere observation of a world shaped by environmental factors and global challenges that are currently beyond our control. And new complexities require spatial practices to seek higher ordered goals that have the potential to disrupt current practices. And within this concept, both in research and in practice, we develop design-led technological tools towards real-world impact. So my main ambition is to bridge between academic research and to implement it in practice. I will start maybe from the iconography on the right, because I think it really characterizes the essence of some of the things that I will be discussing. This is iconography taken from a financial journal in Israel, Kalkalis, from 2017. And the data is taken from the Ministry of Housing. And what it describes at the top is that designing a neighborhood in Israel takes approximately 15 years from start to finish of construction. And within that 8 years are planning, are dedicated to planning. So we understand that at the moment we're dealing with processes, their duration is extremely long. And during that, many things happen. And the second thing is that within an average planning process, there are at least 27 different types of stakeholders. So what we understand from that is that when we come to develop, when we come to plan and design within physical context, we have to be able to create and work within tools that can, first of all, interact with changes during time, but also negotiate the different stakeholders and the different weights of each and every one of them within the design process. Within Shaga Architects, we are designing today multiple large-scale projects, ranging from policy to detailed design. And as you were also referencing the ideation of generative design, so today we have the possibility with technological tools, of course, and with infrastructures that architects and planners can use, to use generative design and generate multiple scenarios. But the bottleneck, and I would say main challenge, lies within informed design. So once we generate multiple scenarios, how do we evaluate them? How do we understand their different importance factors? How we understand possible influences of different indicators on one another? So this is where evidence-based design comes into play. And we call this multi-criteria urban design through a trade-offs search canvas, where we are able to input different types of information into a mutual platform, a mutual canvas, and we can start to understand the negotiation process within the different types of indicators and data inputs that are streamed into the platform. Now, one thing that is very important is to understand that this sits within the property where knowledge and literacy of architects and planners with computational processes enables us to take back influence over municipal workflows. So we become the integrators of multi-criteria frameworks. So this means that within the 27 stakeholders, each one can make very good decisions within his knowledge field. But our job is to understand how one decision influences the other and to negotiate these trade-offs in order to allow each one of them to perform the best. So if the canvas is our infrastructure, the next step is to develop the workflows that actually generate the design decision support throughout the planning process. So here we're able, on the one hand, to generate the multiple scenarios through the categorization of specific performance indicators, but we also remind ourselves that as designers and as planners, there are overarching values for each one of the planning processes that we go into. And we are using spatial machine learning clustering algorithms to start to classify the different types of scenarios that we generate within spatial values that are overarching. What is important for us to see, and we of course rely also on scientific knowledge, is to understand, first of all, the classification of the clustering into the different type of formal qualities. So for example, we can see here suddenly our ability to define soft, non-quantifiable values. For example, segmentation of blocks to preferred internal courtyards, strong boundary condition in relation to internal built form ratios. These are design intentions. They're not variables. They're not indicators. So by superpositioning both the design values to the indicators that we see at the bottom, where for each and every scenario, we're able to understand the impact of each indicator on the design values, we're able to make much more informed decisions on our design process. Another topic that is extremely important to discuss in this context is that when we're asking questions about design, we have to be exposed to the right data, to the right visualizations. And what the workflow has to enable is different types of outputs. So on the one hand, we need the formal layouts, plans. So let's call it the architectural materia, where we're able to see the morphology, the land use, and the built form. On the other hand, we would like to look at each and every indicator through data sets and understand how each and one of them performed individually, or to understand how the different design values were spread over the different types of categories that we set. Another type of visualization that is important is to understand thresholds. So for example, here we see a multi-criteria optimization between microclimate and high density. So this is a design where we need to reach very high density in relation to high microclimate goals that usually contradict. So on the top, we see pass-fail. So this is probably what we would show high-level municipal officers, which are less interested in the actual quality of how much light goes into every building or in every open space. But at the bottom, we would always have the resolution as well of the facade, the open space, and the roof, for example. And I will end with this because I think that what is important is to understand that although we're talking about quite analytical and evidence-driven processes, at the end are always soft indicators, and every project requires also new types of indicators to be included in the process. This is what we call urban block behavior analysis, where we calculate diversity within the urban block and in relation to its surrounding with microclimate, perceived density, and each one of these indicators is computed, and we're able to then select the ones that we would like to zoom in on and continue the design with. And basically the process is iterative. We get here and we start the process and the workflow all over again. So I will end with this now, and hopefully it was a good teaser for the rest of our discussion.
Definitely, thank you so much. So yeah, let's move on to Edward Hyman. Currently at Habitatum, you're working mostly with visualization and analysis of urban data, and also with the creation of urban analytical digital tools. Well, for sure, data is the key element for the city development nowadays, and all technological solutions, they depend on it. it for sure helps to analyze and react accordingly. One of the examples is Haberatom's research on social economical activities in Moscow during COVID-19. It's very interesting. So what are your perspectives on the topic and your opinion about major urban challenges and role of the technologies and data in the process of overcoming them? So, Edward.
Эдуард, пожалуйста. Yes, thank you, thank you. Let me introduce myself a little bit as well. I will try today to give maybe a broader framework for the discussion. Because I have personally not only been doing data visualization and big data visualization, I'm trying to do some sort of synthesis of architecture, design, urban planning, and art. And in every single one of these domains, I'm trying to undertake certain actions and transfer methodologies and approaches from one domain to the other. Indeed, in Habitatum, we have been doing a project to explore the influence of COVID period and the first quarantine limitations on the Moscow city and other cities as well, and in different countries as well. You can see the map of how drastically changed the amount of economic activities and business activities in Moscow in the period before COVID, during COVID, and after COVID. After the first major waves, after the first major quarantine in Moscow. And this is a decent way to see to which extent the city where the actual people live, not sensors, not data, not digital systems, but people live, how in that city there's a lack of sustainability against external factors like COVID. And it's very important to possess the tools to monitor what is happening in the city and be able to react to those events with maximum precision. But in order to understand the wider framework, I would like to touch a number of subjects, which in my opinion intertwine. And I would like to transfer from urban design to master planning to maybe other domains as well, and back. Meaning, you probably have seen these sort of images regarding different generations and the fact that the future generations will deplete a number of resources on this planet. That always seems to be a little bit more ominous than it turns out to be in reality. We normally do not run out of these resources as quickly as the researchers show. However, the problem is evident, and the city exists in a state that it constantly spends resources which, again, are being spent much faster than they are replenished, and much faster than the technologies that we invent to save and economize those resources and transfer to alternative methods. Since we talk about architecture and urban design, we have to bear in mind the construction pollution, the construction waste, and the ecological trace, the ecological imprint and footprint of construction. It's just so colossal. It occupies, according to different estimates, about a quarter of all the CO2 waste happening. So the 25% of all of the CO2 waste emission is due to construction industry, according to different estimates. So it's a question what we're going to build and how we're going to build it so that we could decrease that emission. Many forecasts are saying that by 2030 or 2050 we must cut carbon emissions and the amount of resources used during construction. And it's a question how we're going to do that, and we need to think about that. Again, when we speak about the data monitoring, we need to answer the questions why we need that data. Why we need big data, at least. They help us to think about the solutions to these problems. In terms of architecture, they try to invent new types of materials and constructions which could naturally grow, like fungal architecture, like from mycelium of the fungi. So we're kind of bringing certain natural things back to the city, but not simply to carve something out of it, but so that nature would build architecture and carve architecture naturally. And that is an important turnaround, which we should bear in mind. And when we speak about digitalization, we should be probably speaking about some sort of mix of how we tie nature, architecture, design, technologies, digital solutions, all of those things together. They exist in a unified system, and one way or the other, all of the solutions are being synthesized into new domains of knowledge and new technologies. Therefore, there are many ideas coming up and technological solutions coming up which offer construction using locally available materials and locally available technologies. You've seen these pop-up examples when precisely at the construction field you print the building or assemble the building, or the building is being produced very close to the construction site and the ready-made blocks of the building are being transferred to the construction site. And again, if we want to cut the emissions, or we talk today of sustainability solutions, we need to be thinking about how we can tie our impact on how to limit our impact on the environment. And also our impact on social processes that may be happening. And the COVID map shows how naturally social environment is unsustainable in a city. Also, not only people generate data in the cities, also machines do that. Autonomous robots, autonomous transportation tools, autonomous machines that do construction and transportation, or just IT intellectual systems that exist in the city. All of those pieces are the agents, new agents of urban environments. And they will be acting as agents. And they produce information, and they need information about what is happening in the city so that they could behave in a correct way. And also, we need to understand, as people, as human beings, how to interact with this new digital reality that includes a number of other unexpected, unhabitual agents, like fungi, like machines, like IT systems, and we need to interact with them somehow. And that also is a part of understanding of the problem. Where we see that information not only becomes a part of our world, human areal. This information also must become the part of the new digital world and natural world. Not only the natural areal or range of human and habitation and existence. This is a map of how, not gradually, internet is spread around the world. But we could actually see the similar map in any city. When we speak about the digitalization of the city, about the apps related to urban practices, when we see the city as a global application system, as a matter of fact, we forget that not all of the people have smartphones. Not all of the people have internet access at home, even in a big city. And this inequality of rules needs to be considered, contemplated. We constantly face this term in our discussions with students, the term of digital homeless people. Those people who cannot connect to the city in a digital way because they don't have this digital opportunity. So they are digital homeless people in the city. Because the city has to be majorly accessible to everybody. And that's the fundamental function of a city. And all of the services, be it digital or not digital, need to be fundamentally accessible to all of the citizens. So how do we provide that? That's a question. That is also a question of how we operate using the technological resources of the city. And there's another step, another side that I'd like to highlight. Is the emergence of the new crypto-related economy. That sort of economics does not make a positive contribution to the world, in my opinion. Yes, this seems to be trendy, but Bitcoin mining consumes as much electricity as certain nations. That's comparable to certain nations. And that is, of course, the reason for a huge chunk of CO2 emissions. If we talk about energy consumption, that assumes CO2 emissions today. And we need to consider resource transfer, service transfer. This Bitcoin mining seems to be a huge chunk of gray economy, which pollutes the economy, which pollutes the environment. Sorry. Today, many nations try to adopt different regulations to control crypto mining and cryptocurrencies in general. But still, there is kind of a technological willingness to exist within this global system of economic interactions. And that makes certain impact on the cities anyways. And of course, there appear new digital parallel realities, parallel cities where you can go and travel and exist and exchange stuff. And that seems to be cool, very cool, but there are so many problems there because people are actually withdrawn from the city. They're withdrawn from a physical reality. And that digital economy exists outside of urban economy. Another problem here is that at a certain point, living in the metaverse might be just cheaper compared to the city, so that people will gradually move into the metaverse, trying to cut costs of their material existence. So that's another point where we observe certain expansion of inequality. We are doing a number of projects in this domain in Habitatum. One of the projects is a joint project with MasterCard, so that we can see that in different nations that join the MasterCard payment system, we can see how there is certain positive and negative parameters that impact developers' decisions to select these or that ways of urban development, urban management, investment. In Habitatum, we constantly foster this idea to score certain locations. The idea of location scoring, which is a way for us to create more gradual information environment for those who work with the city, including real estate developers and urban administrators. So this is our contribution. In addition, I believe that we should not really prefer certain technological solutions, but create a more comprehensive system, trying to look at the city from different viewpoints and angles and see how the city grows and develops. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Eduard, for the introduction to the theme and wonderful examples. Continuing with the examples, Dr. Huang, I would like to ask you also to maybe from your experience to illustrate and maybe more successful and promising technological solutions for the cities. Maybe some examples from your experience. Maybe you could elaborate on also what technological solutions everybody pinned their hopes on didn't live up to the expectations, with also some examples.
Okay. Yeah. In terms of technology, there are many amazing and wonderful technologies. So it's time of, how to say, brave new world. So every day, every year, we now have new amazing technology. So I think most cities have very, so how to say, the success case, concentrate on just a couple of areas. It is true. For instance, transportation might be the biggest area that the area that get the biggest benefit from a smart city or digital transformation. So public transportation, traditional transportation, and also smart or new way of mobility also could be a good area, a case, a good success case, I think. The other solution that has made a great contribution to urban development might be safety, urban safety, so social safety and the natural safety, and also e-commerce help many cities to survive COVID-19. So untapped economy, untapped delivery on untapped value chain have been possible due to the development of e-commerce. So The second question is, I think, very tricky. Second question is tricky to give an answer. So only from my personal point of view, I think there are maybe three technologies falling short of expectations, meeting high expectations. So the first technology is digital twin. So now, Edward talked about metaverse, but still we have difficulty in combining real world and cyber world together. So for the combination, in order to combine these two worlds together, we should have digital twin, very accurate digital twin and dynamic digital twin. But the problem is that digital twin technology have been developed in closed system. So for instance, a factory or a product, something like this, closed system that someone can control the data and the changes. But a city or real world is open system. So so many cities have tried to build and invested in a lot of money into digital twin, but as far as I know, not many success cases, even in Singapore. Singapore is very famous for the very so to say digital the only digital twin so challenger. So how to say yeah. But I think they have some bad research from their try. Second technology is so data management. So centralized data management. So many cities try to build a data hub or data lake. Often we call that data lake. So collect the data from different sources and then manage those diverse data centrally. And then we enable someone to have a very simple access point. So provide them, so this data, you need this data or that data, that is the idea. But as far as I know, most of such data management project maybe failed or failed to achieve their original very challenging goals. So it's because data is very hard to manage. So third party, the owner can manage their data, but the third party people can understand and manage the data. So once they once someone collects the data, then it's very difficult to make use of them. And the last one, this is not actually technology, it's kind of method. So many talk about citizen participation, citizen living lab or something like that. But to be frank with you, so living lab produce actually so not so fantastic result. So there are also so how to say social achievement, so good idea from living lab. But so if we talk about digital transformation, if we talk about some kind of innovation, then living lab or the citizen alone cannot make such big changes. So it is my experience. So we need experts, or we need some good company or good players that willing to work with so citizens. So in such cases, so any cities can produce good research, but leaving them alone is very so they are very that method is very difficult to produce very meaningful and good result. But only my personal personal point of view. Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your opinion. It's really valuable. And Shiny, do you agree with Dr. Huang? What is your experience, and what do you consider most successful and probably less successful examples of implementation of technologies in the city?
Yes, it's very interesting, because when I was thinking about this question, I was also thinking of digital twins in terms of what would be the most effective for us as planners and designers to be able to implement horizontal and multi-domain understandings into our design sensibility. But it is true that the technology hasn't matured enough. So it doesn't mean maybe that it's not successful. It means that maybe it's under development. And I think part of what we are doing, all of us, is part of the failures and small successes in actually slowly starting to elaborate this mechanism, which is extremely, I mean, it's a wild concept. I mean, you know, this idea of life cycle assessment, which we have today in buildings, understanding that on a mechanism of a city. I mean, of course, this is something that has to be, that takes time to mature. But I have to say that from my perspective also, the main gap today is not the development of the technologies, it's the calibration and synchronization between them. And what I mean is that, you know, data management is developing, modeling is developing, simulation engines are developing. But how do we use this knowledge in a meaningful way? How are we able to evaluate the data that is generated so that we can actually implement it as actionable aspects in our design? And tools that are oriented towards these actions, I think are the ones that will be used and also will probably be more successful. I can give an example of a research project that we are currently doing at the lab as part of a consortium. It's a European Commission Horizon 2020 project that we won and started half a year ago, which is called Ecolopes. And it also relates to what Edward was saying before. Ecolopes is a project which is searching for multi-species building envelopes. So instead of generating a design rationale where we cater for the humans and we bring in the rest, nature, animals, plants, other species, this research is developing computational software where we democratically distribute and cater to the needs of 5 different stakeholders equally: humans, plants, microbiome, soil, and animals. So this consortium has multidisciplinary actors, and I think that this is also the key to the way that we are now developing technology. That's very clear that we need multi-domain experts in every process that is happening, and also in order to instrumentalize the huge crisis that we're facing, literally currently happening, the environmental crisis, where we're unable to cater to at the moment, and that is where we're failing, I have to say, currently. On another aspect, I will say that the understanding of ethics and tools that are related to incorporating ethical means of AI and ethical means of data utilization in design has to be split into 2. One is tools for design and for planning, so how to incorporate design so that it can actually understand and read urban fabric properly. And we also have a project currently in the lab which deals with data bias and also looking at COVID at a time where we were suddenly converged to 500-meter radiuses. It was suddenly very evident that facilities in the city are not distributed equally. because some people within their 500-meter radius had everything, and some people had nothing. And this has to do with the essence of how cities are looked upon and how decisions are being made. So also tools that are able to understand the resolution, and that the resolution that decision makers need to see in order to make informed decisions. So the modifiable area unit problem suddenly comes back where, and I think Eduard was showing the clustering, right, of the United States, and we have a similar, there's a very similar iconography where in the last elections in the United States, where one time you see the way that the election was split based on states, and the other time you see it based on communities, and suddenly the whole reading of the context is completely different. So I wouldn't point now, I wouldn't name technologies, but these are the trends that I think that need to be developed for us to be able to be more successful in the processes that we implement in the city. We're not doing so well.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for your opinion. Well, you were talking about data and the like basic issues in the approaches to the topic. Well, in that context, Eduard, I would like to maybe just elaborate and talk some more about the control over data currently in the cities, and probably what schemes and policies of working with urban data do you consider most effective and well optimal, taking into account all the risks associated with security and ethics in this sphere. And I would like all our speakers also to, for sure, participate in the answering.
Да, очень хороший вопрос, но я бы...
Indeed, this is a good question, but I would love to attach it to the previous answers. I believe we should understand how data is being put together in the city, who owns them, who possesses them, and who controls them. We should also control about what Shani was saying, about how we need to create certain models. And also Dr. Huang was mentioning this digital twin failure, quote unquote. That is an important subject. How we produce data, where data comes from, what's the nature of data, because majorly there is data of two types of nature, two big streams, where from we get the data, where do we get the data from? First, we can look at the environment and scan it in a way, with different ways. Understanding how people move, what is their behavior, how people spend money, how people make certain decisions within the city, etc. For that, we can use a number of technological solutions. Previously, we were doing that with different sorts of polling. Today, we can use technologies that estimate, for example, cellular networks. Of course, that's anonymized, but nevertheless, it is the new way to see better representation, which is more precise, more granular, and it does not depend on the willingness of people to share information. So it's not that we are stealing or kind of forcefully taking the information. It's that just people are not telling that they're going to the shop 3 times a day, but in reality, they go there 2 times a day. It's not that people are sharing some information or withholding this information. It's more about anonymous collection of this data from cellular networks. We're not talking to people directly. We're just reading information from elsewhere. Understanding just human behavior in the city in general. Second kind of a nature is about modeling reality. This is what Shani is doing and what her group is doing. They're modeling different scenarios. They're modeling some new system, generating this environment with generative and parametric tools. We get the number of models. Model is not reality. Model is certain vision of reality based on our understanding of how the reality should operate and what should be the rules of that operation. So we take a number of parameters and we create something that remind us of some sort of future reality. That's a model. The problem with the first nature, when we just collect data via monitoring of physical reality, is that we have this anonymity problem, ethics problem. Who collects the data, who stores the data, who anonymizes the data, who encrypts or decrypts the data. The problem of the model, on the other hand, is that model always is a reflection of our vision of the world, but not the actual representation of the world. So we may be erroneous in a way here. And of course, the technological methods that create the model may be fundamentally flawed. We cannot perfectly model the reality. So these two natures of data collection and analysis coexist in contemporary cities. Subtle clubs were trying to solve it first by observing people and then using that data to model. And they actually modeled similar data to make models. That's what they did. Trying to eliminate the ethics of data as a problem, natural. So they have not been using data, they have been modeling data based on collected data and then making models. How else could we solve the problem? First, we need to create diverse institutions, new social institutions, urban institutions, where people need to agree that in this or in one way or the other, there are certain games, certain rules of the game, which satisfy everyone. And that is a long conversation, because what is data? Data is just some piece of information that's collected via observation. Previously, the researcher could just kind of stand by the road and calculate the number of cars passing by. Nobody was thinking whether it's ethical or not. The person is just observing the number of cars passing by and calculating. And maybe there was a husband driving by with a lover, you know, in a framework of a love affair. And that urban researcher just sees a husband cheating on his wife, passing by with a mistress. That was ethical or non-ethical, we don't know. Today, we collect data which is being produced via technical systems. When your phone connects to a cellular tower, in any case, the tower knows that the signal is in the network, here or there. So we can do it. We can aggregate the data. We can anonymize them. So that there would be no way to trace the information back to the original user, so we can use that information in the scale of the city. If we want to create models that work, we need to understand well what is happening in the real life, how people make urban choices. And for that, we need to create new institutions, for example, so that people understand that they're using data as a currency for certain urban services, to pay for comfortable urban services, like we're paying taxes or utility payments. And we understand that this information is a sort of a digital tax that we pay to acquire urban services. However, data needs to be protected, and citizens need to have a way to control that and trace what the data is being used for. Of course, it would be great to use some new technologies for that, like blockchain, for example. For example, when I pay taxes, I can see, I have this tax declaration, and I can see what my taxes is being spent for. Similarly, we should have this sort of data billing. I think that's appropriate.
Вы же от налогов не можете уйти, как бы, и здесь вот тоже непонятно, как бы, как ему уходить. Хороший вопрос.
And of course, similarly, you cannot evade paying taxes. You cannot evade. Similarly, you cannot evade this information tax. There's GDPR in Europe, however. That, by the way, made a very strong impact on data market and on how you can trace people in the cities, because it's gotten much harder to do that. Institutionally, GDPR prevents us from improving cities based on what's happening there. People seem to be protecting their data, but from what with GDPR?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for your opinion. I would like to actually conclude our discussion with the topic of professional development and professional future of our listeners, probably. Well, could you please just elaborate a bit about the future competences or the competences which are required now or will be in demand soon for young urban designers, architects, maybe civil engineers, in the lens of digital transformation in the city, in the profession itself. So let's start with Dr. Huang.
Okay, I'm not sure I have deserved to give some advice to to the young architectures. So I'm more older than young guys, but I'm also still trying to learn many things every day. But my major, my doctoral degree is in political science. I studied political economy. I work for Seoul Metropolitan as a CIO, and also I'm designing new urban digital architecture. So what I try to share with the young guys is that there is no boundary. There's no boundary. Combining interdisciplinary approach is very key. And also it is my personal experience that I have seen many times the invisible conflict between different domains, especially urban development side and digital side have different view and different approach in smart cities. And they also use different language. What we need in the future is someone who can understand people from different sides, or also who can understand the language exactly language of different domain very precisely and very to say exactly. Those guys can lead us. And another thing is that trust. When I can design many policy and many projects without big problem, and also I can make top decision makers to adopt my project. That is not difficult, but more difficult thing is to persuade press, persuade the people, and persuade stakeholders. So communication is very critical. So top level decision makers, they are ready. They are ready to listen from me. They are ready to do something meaningful if it is as long as those something is meaningful. But the market and the people, so they are half rational, half sentimental. So we need to so how to say satisfy those two aspects at once. That is depends on communications capability and so. I'm not sure it is useful, but it is from my experience. Thank you.
Oh, it definitely is useful. Thank you so much. And let's move on to Shani. What would be your advice to our listeners?
I have two things that I would like to share. The first one is that there is a difference between science and practice, and you need to understand where you're located. So within science, we're looking at very long processes. When we operate within practice, we need to be able to deliver tools very quickly for quite incremental decisions that need to be made. And sometimes we need to rely on good enough and not on pristine, I would say. And the ability to generate or hack or develop your own mechanisms of analytical understanding sometimes are much more instrumental than looking for the overall solutions, tools, and technologies that will give you the answers. Because essentially our common sense is probably what works best at the end. So this is one thing. And the second thing is that today, very different, I think, for me and also for the other speakers, knowledge does not sit inside the institutions. So you don't have to sit, and this is funny to say within this framework maybe, where we're sitting inside an academic institution and all of us somehow launched or are based there. But you do not have to gain your knowledge within specific programs, within specific degrees. Knowledge today is accessible in a way that you're able to teach yourself many of the processes that once maybe were more difficult. And I think that being, it's a bit, I always say, the startup head on the one hand and the academic head on the other, but one that is very aggressively moving forward, maybe not asking all the right questions, but moving forward. And the other one, which is very critically asking the right questions constantly, very judgmental. We kind of need to have these two advocates constantly, but things can be generated quite independently today, and I have to say it's fantastic. So I have in my lab today people that, of course, are from multidisciplines, not architects, not planners, that have to sit there in order for me to be able to do the research that we want to conduct. Yeah, I think maybe that's what I would like to say.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. And Edward?
The
colleagues said a few things that are very significant. I can add only a few things. I believe it's very important that young specialists understand how data-driven technologies work today, how data-driven design processes work today. And I strongly believe that's also, it's very important to breed your personal empathy to all of these stakeholders, all of the actors that exist in the city. Because even if we mention this word stakeholders, like 27 stakeholders in Israel, but stakeholders are not institutions on paper. Those are people. And we need empathy. Soon, the stakeholder structure will be so granular that biomes and robots and animals are also stakeholders. So we need empathy for those as well. So I believe that empathy is very important for architects, so that architects consider technologies not in vacuum, but as tools that must truly help those actors that you consider to live a better life. And that actually helps to dismiss many questions regarding technology integration.
So thank you all again. Well, I believe that this discussion today, I hope that it gave our listeners some new ideas. Well, probably inspired them to pursue something new. Well, thank you again for this wonderful discussion. It was very informative and interesting. And also thanks to all the listeners for your attention, for sure. I would like to, well, you can say goodbye to our, well, probably young professionals who will listen to this and are listening now to this conversation.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Да, спасибо, Ksenia, и спасибо и Shani.
Yes, thank you, Ksenia, Shani, Dr. Huang, thank you so much. That was truly insightful.
Hello and welcome everyone to this panel on education and climate emergency. I would like to thank the conference organizers for inviting us to to this panel and have this discussion. I am Els Verbakel. I'm the head of the Department of Architecture at Bezalel Academy of Arts and Design in Jerusalem, and I'm also a partner at Dermond Verbakel Architecture in Tel Aviv. What we would like to do today is raise a question or a set of questions about the relationship between education and climate emergency. The disciplines of architecture and urbanism have long been based on tedious and complex processes, challenged today more than ever by our global condition of an unsettling instability, first and foremost manifested by climate change and political unrest, and recently highlighted even more by the global outbreak of the coronavirus pandemic. In a new environment of unknown futures and the impossibility of long-term thinking, architects and urbanists are confronted with the writer's block syndrome. As teachers and practitioners in charge of shaping the future of our physical environment, we find ourselves reducing our relevance to acts of temporary, tactical, and ephemeral interventions. These design and planning acts have become our immediate response to a new and uncertain truth, but they threaten to jeopardize the raison d'etre of the discipline and its capability of addressing complex environmental, social, spatial, and cultural challenges that provide us with new ways of operating and maneuvering within, intervening in, and projecting spatialities of a more resilient, sustainable, and fair future. They challenge our role of academia and place us as teachers and students of the discipline at a crucial and unavoidable crossroads. The AA Actions project in London and Bezalel's Open School Sessions are two examples of academic initiatives in cities around the world that raise questions about the relationship between the environmental crisis and education as an institutional system. We will discuss today how social equity relates to the climate crisis and how cross-institutional dialogue can influence these processes. So it is my pleasure to welcome the participants in this panel, and I would like to invite you to introduce yourselves. We will start with Hannah Fastrick of the AA Action Project.
Hi, thank you. Thank you for your great introduction. I'm Hannah. I'm from Germany. I'm a recent graduate of the undergraduate school of the Architectural Association. I currently live in Berlin, and I'm one of the core members of AA Action, which is the student-led project at the Architectural Association, committed to bringing about necessary pedagogical and cultural shifts in architectural education in order to effectively work towards climate justice. I also co-founded and I'm editing a magazine called Tropas, which is an online publication dedicated to rethinking the notions and meanings of architecture in the Anthropocene in general. I'm excited to be here.
Thank you, Hannah. And Adi Levy.
Hello, thank you so much for having me. My name is Adi. I am presenting on behalf of Gittit Lenka and myself. We are the student reps for the Open School Session, which is an initiative in the Bezalel Academy of Arts and Design in Jerusalem that brings forward important topics such as climate change, crises, Anthropocene, and many more that we will discuss. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you, Adi. We will move on to Rupali Gupte.
Hi, thank you so much for having me here. My name is Rupali Gupte, and I am a professor and a co-founder of the School of Environment and Architecture in Mumbai, India. It's a small experimental space that is trying to look at new ways to engage in pedagogy. I'm also a partner at Bard Studio. So thanks so much, and I'm really looking forward to this talk.
Thank you, Rupali. Next panel member, Misha Bogomolny.
Да, всем привет. Рад участвовать.
Yes, hi everyone. Thank you very much for the invitation. I am an architect and a teacher. I am the co-founder of the Institution for Identity and Education. All of my life, I've been designing educational space, physically
and metaphorically, socially and metaphorically, and how that sort of space can be actualized today and correspond to the state that we need it to be in.
Thank you, Misha. And our last panel member, Nikolai Boyadiev.
Yes, hi everyone, very happy to be here. My name is Nikolai Boyadiev. I'm the co-director of the postgraduate design research program at Strelka Institute in Moscow, which is an intense 5-month interdisciplinary program that brings together architects and all sorts of various different design professionals and non-design professionals for 5 months in Moscow.
Excellent. So we will now move to 2 brief presentations by the student representatives in the panel. We'll start with a presentation by Hannah about the AI Action project, and then continue with Adi Levy presenting the open school sessions at Bezalel. So please, Hannah, you're welcome to take the floor.
Thank you. So thank you again for inviting me. I'm gonna give you a little brief tour through the AI Action workings. AI Action is a student-led project founded in 2019, committed to bringing about the pedagogical and cultural shift necessary in architectural education in order to effectively work towards climate justice as a collective. As a group, we recognize that the current ecological crisis stems from the perpetuation of a socioeconomic system that our planet isn't able to support. In this time of unprecedented change and challenge, we ask ourselves how education can nurture new ways of thinking, and the nature of the crisis we face demands more than any one individual approach. If we are to work towards a solution to the crisis, we must look at the core values of educational systems, and the conversation aims to chart a path towards pedagogical and cultural shifts within and outside of our architectural institution. So this was formulated in a founding manifesto through the Architecture Education Declares, calling for the education on intrinsic links between ecological breakdown and social injustice. Specialization, cooperation through alliances, aesthetic reevaluation, decolonization, and canonical rearticulation are to be wholly integrated into all aspects of the curriculum. The manifesto was underlined by a climate summit in October 2019 at the Architectural Association, creating a forum of discussion around topics of climatic and ecological breakdown that brought together students, key academics, and experts from within the architectural field and beyond. We then started hosting seminar discussions as an informal environment within the AA to talk through issues like the IPCC, how to decolonize education, and dealing with things like eco-anxiety in order to better understand the current ecological, political, and scientific climate as architecture students. One of our focal points is the ongoing lecture series, where we host a series of lectures calling attention to the complexities of the current crisis, whilst also trying to provide a forum for interdisciplinary forms of knowledge central to the revision of climate-conscious architectural pedagogy. They address different topics within the realm of the climate crisis, and the presentations followed by discussions provoke reflection as to how we should respond to a changing global climate. So we've had brilliant guests such as author Carolyn Steele on food security. We also welcomed Crisis Studio founder Scott McAuley on climate literacy, and also people like environmental geographer Jamie Lorimer, who talked about rewilding. In the past year, however, we've pushed our lectures towards questions on intersectionality. Our current predicaments find their roots in concepts that we are exposed to and the way in which our histories are organized and taught and talked about. So, and they all stem from an outmoded colonial and unrepresentative canon. The task of our generation is to accelerate the decolonization of our curriculum and discipline and use our privilege to ensure the voices that were previously suppressed, that they can now have a space to act and talk. We were honored to have great speakers with us, such as entrepreneur and founder of Climate in Color platform, Joycelyn Longdon. She talked about colonial heritage and environmental injustice. We also invited Cock and Studio on talking about impact through architecture, through accessibility and education. And lastly, we were honored to have architect, writer, and professor Keller Easterling talking about spatial products and intersectionality during climate change. So the last project I'm briefly going to introduce to you is the Hook Park project. Hook Park, for those of you who don't know, is a woodland campus of the Architectural Association in the southwest of England, where A-Action has deployed a sort of experimental center for architectural but also landscape innovation. The three main concepts include, firstly, diversity. So trying to diversify the yields from what we derive from the forest in terms of the food and material, as well as the knowledges and practices that are produced in the forest, enabling the cross-pollination of species and ideas. Also, we're planning a series of intervention in terms of erosion that will be set out as a series of experiments with the grounds, which will involve embedding ourselves in the various nested cycles of exchanges of nutrients and knowledge. Lastly, we think it's important to integrate. We aim to integrate the various processes of the management of the forest with architectural education itself, thereby also integrating both the campuses of the Architectural Association in London and Dorset, creating new and innovative ways to manage land and thereby the land's politics. So you can find more information on our Instagram for upcoming lectures and events. Thank you so much.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Hannah. We will move directly to a presentation by Adi, and then we open for discussion. So Adi.
Thank you. So what the Open School Session is a self-evaluating initiative that is about rethinking the future of our school, content-wise and structure-wise. And this initiative combines students, lecturers, professors in our department in order to speak about these topics. And we split into 6 groups, speaking about these topics that come up in student projects and thesis. Each group looked at the research, design, and critical thinking in these topics. Throughout the year, we were privileged to have these amazing speakers from all over the world in our department to talk to us about these topics, each to their own field. We'll show you a few of these groups. We'll start with crisis, and it's about being constant and in different scales and mediums in terms of design, research, and critical thinking. It's about the process of transition. What they believe is they believe in developing a spiral pedagogy where information can flow from one year to the next. And when a student comes to do a project, he uses previous projects done by previous students in order to carry on the research, that we don't stay stagnant and we always move forward. Our immediate task is data collection and catalog. Short term is gathering all the information in projects, and long term is maintaining a platform, a spiral pedagogy platform. Next is changing climates. In addition, we spoke about ecological problems, where the human stands at the top of the pyramid, versus ecological, where the human is a part of the ecosystem. We must interact with the environment and our surroundings, looking at the construction waste that we produce yearly. And following the spiral pedagogy, we realized that we aren't exposed to enough knowledge about climate changes. So in addition, we wanted to create and maintain a platform of gathering, processing, and generating climate knowledge. We brought guest speakers to talk to us about these topics and established research groups, practical workshops, and so on. Our next group is activism. And in activism, we discuss what drives activism. Is it anger, care, criticism, awareness? And where can we see the changes occur? So in the pledge goes in first person as a student. What can I do to strive for critical thinking? Then in second person, we in the architecture department strive for partnership. And then a third person is to be aware of the outside of our communities, outside the walls of our school, which will show you an initiative that was done. And in activism, we believe that it isn't a topic for itself, but it can rather interact with all our subjects. And it is sort of an active plugin that we placed through all our subjects, and it fits. Material culture connects between the main field we learn and research of design, research, and critical thinking. And we started by looking within ourselves and in our department and the concrete waste that we produce, as opposed to the heaps of material waste that it parallels. And we saw that we lacked a variety of materials because we weren't exposed to. And often as students, we place the material last thing in our design. So in order to be more active and change that, we looked at material libraries, and as a form to bring it to our school, a physical one and a digital one. And we looked all around, we researched and seeing the best way to bring forward to our school. The immediate task is to collect information, seeing how we can establish a library. In the long term is maintaining it. In terms of assembling our manifesto, each group created their own manifesto. And we took important lines and points from each manifesto to establish our hybrid one. And I shall read it to you guys. We are architects, we destroy, we design. We live in an epoch of our own making. Our discipline undeniably sustains the problem. Our accomplishments perpetuating obsolete paradigms, endorsing injustice by failing to defy it, neglecting our role as catalysts for change. We violate habitats and fracture communities, producing construction and material waste. Our only recourse is unlearning disciplinary preconceptions and disassembling our linear systems. We must take responsibility and reclaim our part in the solution. We will act with passion and care, benefiting from our academy's interdisciplinary opportunities, create spaces that deepen the discipline and widen the field, questioning the past and the present and shaping our future. We will be relevant. We will emerge from behind our walls and take an active part in our communities and discipline, extend the field of urbanism through a variety of tactics, narratives, and platforms, celebrate the exploration and analysis of our local material cultures, approach changing climates as an integral part of our discipline through research guided by design and design guided by research, strive to reassemble pre-existing systems and paradigms that inform and transform the Anthropocene, through accepting crisis not as a singular moment in time, but as an ongoing and unpredictable. We will establish a flexible system of knowledge, curating, generating, and extending ourselves in our discipline. We are artists, designers, craftsmen, ecologists, landscapers, urbanists, researchers, activists, educators, students, collaborators. We are architects, we will reconstruct, we will create. And we sort of made a timetable of all the initiatives each group had and the upcoming events. And this is a more detailed one of which is the group, when, and the people that are involved. One of our initiatives that we went forward with was the Breakout exhibition, which was a part of our alumni exhibition. And it's breaking through the walls of our university, bringing it out to the facades of the businesses outside, the shops, the restaurants, and museums that exist on the street beyond our school walls. And so that the people from the outside can feel a part from in our university and our academy. And you can see the Anthropocene in the facade of a shop, changing climates in the restaurant outdoors, a crisis in a jewelry shop, a student project. All of these are student projects that are placed so that we can make people feel more involved. And then lastly, material culture. We bought one of our 3D printers to show and to print while people walk past in the museum. And the street, all posters and student projects with banners of quotes of what we preach. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Adi. Just to add that this is a project in process, and we are now taking these materials to further develop the future vision of the school, together with the students and the teachers that were involved in this. So I think we saw in these two examples initiatives that are really growing from the bottom up and are empowered by the student community, which seems to be more and more crucial, and perhaps was also part of past revolutions in architecture education, architecture and urbanism, and hasn't been so present in the last few decades. And I think we see a reawakening of the need for change, the call for action, the call for change in curriculum. I have to say I was inspired, without knowing you, Hannah, by the A-Action a year ago, and this is one of the triggers that led to our own process. So thank you for that. I would like to open the discussion to our panel participants with a few main questions, and I suggest that we don't necessarily have to go question by question, but we can just hear each one of your takes on this. The three main questions that I would like to place in the middle of the discussion are, on the one hand, how can new pedagogies encourage a critical approach to the profession and the discipline in a context of instability, and how can it become productive? How can criticality become a productive point of view and not a passive condition? Secondly, how can teaching and research become a form of practice? How can we consider our work in academia as a meaningful action for generating change in real time, and not wait until our students graduate and start perpetuating what they learned in academia? And third, how can academia address the need for design thinking, or repositioning the need for design as something that we deal with, all of us, and that has been placed or marginalized perhaps in the last few decades as a necessary tool? And I think we heard in both presentations already quite a few suggestions of how to tackle these, as we saw in the A-Action, the need for interdisciplinary thinking, the need for introducing knowledge that we don't necessarily have about food security, colonial heritage, and other fields of knowledge that we need to learn about and see how we work with them. And in the open school example, how we move from the egological to the ecological, how we could rethink pedagogies as non-linear, and how we can remaster design in real time rather than something that happens in a long term. So I'd be happy to open up the floor. Perhaps we can start in the order of appearance we had before, and then we can start crossing thoughts. So Rupali, would you like to relate?
Yeah, thanks so much, Els, and thanks everyone for your presentations. They were brilliant. I would probably like to articulate a couple of questions, and this is something that we've been thinking at the School of Environment and Architecture in terms of, how do we kind of think of pedagogy and the questions of the environment. So the first sort of argument that we've been articulating is that, rather than framing the idea of climate crisis around the idea of an impending catastrophe, we believe in looking at the idea of everyday vulnerabilities. And this is, again, implicated in, often we look at the idea of the politics of funding, for example, that is related to climate crisis. There is the idea of the imageable catastrophe that gets funded. But the idea of the everyday somehow gets missed out in terms of, these everyday vulnerabilities in terms of, extreme heat, cold, seepages, leakages. And also, I think this is something that both the presentations brought about, that modern architecture in many ways has been implicated in colonial practices in many places. And a lot of these trajectories of modern architecture come from the idea of building anew. A lot of the climate crisis actually also comes from this idea of, the tabula rasa, building anew. So at C, we've been articulating how to kind of look at closely the notions of care, the notions of repair and retrofit as important tenets, where architecture is involved. And I think for us, it is also important to think of then what is the aesthetics of this repair. And several architects in the past have shown us the way. There's the works of Scarpa, Lina Bobardi, but also in South Asia, we've seen projects like the Kudaki Basti, the Orangi project, or in India, we've seen a slum upgradation that was taken up by people like Himanshu Parekh. And for us, I think this idea of repair, retrofit, the idea of care, though the scale of operations in terms of building and finances may be limited, I think have far-reaching environmental impact consequences. So I think this is one of the things that we've been articulating. How do you look at the idea of care, repair, and retrofit as active contributors to design thinking? The second is really also kind of thinking of how to move beyond this idea of future proofing that we often see in sort of environmental practices. How do we look at the idea of environment rather than this idea of an impending future, to look at questions of more an evolving idea of the environment, right? So how do we look at the idea of adapting to climate change rather than wishing it away? So, and again, my research is in South Asia, and we look at South Asian architecture that has evolved out of very different ways of looking at the environment, again, as opposed to a lot of modern architecture that has come from colonial practices that believes in the idea of permanence, the idea of perfection, the idea of completeness, or very clear boundaries between public and private, or propertied ideas of boundaries. You look at more sort of fuzzy boundaries of multiple ideas of multiple claims on a piece of land and architecture, or also the idea of impermanence and the idea of constant building. So I'll just give you one example, and then we can probably move on to other discussions, and I will come back. So for example, in South Asia, we see the architecture of Assam, which is it has been a flood-prone region for the longest time. It's built on a delta, but it's an architecture that does not resist the floods. It stands above it. It's on stilts. It sort of works with it. So I think there are several decolonized sort of practices of inhabitations that are extant. They're around us. And I think it's important for us to look at them carefully, to start thinking of what does it mean to then think of contemporary architecture and practices for the present, and also for another kind of future. So I'll come back to my other points, and let's keep this ball rolling here. Thanks.
Thank you, Rupali. Lots of provocative ideas and very interesting connections. Especially, I think, the colonialism, which we all know from a different point of view, from our national contexts. So maybe we can move to Misha for your first reaction.
Да. Мне кажется важным.
I believe it's important for a start, personally, for me, to define the starting point. In addition to the issues of education, I have a question. What is raison d'être in architecture today? Yes, we have tactical measures. Actionism, things that we're talking about. But let's start with a starting point. Of course, we could be talking for a long time about that, but without the answer to this question, it's impossible to define the track in architecture education. So my quick answer is this. Architecture allows us to be at the point of the crossroads, the crossing of two planes. One plane, the material world, outside world, which includes movement, light, time and space. The other plane is social being, social existence. And those two planes pulsate between one another. In the social plane, we exist as an individual and we exist in groups, different collectives. And architecture exists at this crossroads, and it embodies that crossroads in a figurative way, in a shape, so they can experience those two planes in shape, in a figurative form. Therefore, there is a question. First, how do we take this figurative nature and recreate it today, corresponding to the experiences of the outside world? That includes all of the discourses regarding climate emergency and everything that's been happening, or the feeling that something is happening that is beyond our control and understanding. Of course, there's a different interpretation of why that is happening, but still, that's not what we're talking about now. The second thing happening in the social work is the very important question that we ask again and again. How do we exist individually? How do we exist collectively? And what binds us in a collective? Architecture should be answering those questions. Well, it doesn't have to do anything, but it probably should be a medium that embodies the crossroads that I'm talking about. Okay, if architecture should do something figuratively, meaning that I need to rediscover this figurative nature. Therefore, architectural education should help me as a student to rediscover this figurative nature. How can this happen? How can this happen? My answer is probably, again, probably based on my experience, my answer is based on the thing that I will try to ask within the questions that we have now. For example, we're talking about interdisciplinary nature. But what's the nature of it? Why do we have it? I mean, it is a response to something, isn't it? Interdisciplinary is something that I have been doing for a long time. Historically, in Bezalel, urban design, second degree is naturally interdisciplinary. I've been working with Zeev Bruckmann, who created the program back then. And it was always including interdisciplinary projects. So, what does this interdisciplinary nature lead to? What do we look for it with the help of it? We're looking for maybe a range of optics to see this new figurative nature, this new figurative notion as a result of the crossroads that I've been talking about. We need to, for example, get immersed into some sort of complexity, therefore. Obviously, for me, this is a complexity that I need to be looking for. It has been expressed in the fact that obviously we need some sort of immersive nature that will allow us to break the institutional framework. And institutional framework, by the way, creates the linearity that I've been talking about. It's very much predetermined. And I know that it's very hard to change based on my experience. I'm proud of the people who can do those sort of things within institutions, and I respect them, but overall it's very hard. I need to change the role that have those who study and those who teach and those who are being taught. But what should be then the new roles? So my definition, therefore, I believe that we should see the change of relationships. Subject to object should be transferred to subject between those who experience the process, because we experience this process together. Some have more experience, some have less experience, but we are experiencing the education process together. Some are teaching, some are being taught, but still We are experiencing this together. Therefore, we need the new immersive nature. And this immersive nature allows us to go deeper, because the threat of the danger regarding interdisciplinary approach means that if you do not get immersed into anything, you kind of the jack of non-trades. There are jacks of all trades. You're trying to be a jack of all trades, interdisciplinary jack of all trades, but you become a jack of none trades if you do not study in the immersive way. So with this immersive approach, we experience the processes together. This is the co-thinking, the co-search for figurative. We travel together for 2 weeks, 24 hours a day. We live together. We experience the situation together, because an architect is about experiencing this crossroads that I have been talking about. But how do we create this experience of life for other people with the figurative shape? If the architect is not immersed, that's impossible. Without immersion and reflection, it's impossible. In the form of education that is happening now, for example, I go to the studio for 2 hours or 4 hours, then I have a lecture or something. That's it, that's done. I'm not within the team, I'm not within the collective, and I cannot go deeper. And unless I do that, I will never be able to discover the shape or the figurative nature that corresponds today to the actualized need, to the way the world is being put these days. Therefore, I believe that this fundamental search for new figurative architecture is related to the entirely different educational process that we are discussing here partially, by the way. Therefore, I will conclude my point of view.
Thank you very much, Misha, for introducing another perspective and reintroducing, I think in your words, what I was trying to raise before, the position of our focus on design, which you called spatial configuration of the crossroads. I suggest we move to a reaction by Nikolai, and then I will try to see if we can weave together some of these thoughts. So Nikolai, please.
Yes, thank you. And thank you very much for both presentations. I wanted to kind of pick up also on Rupali's point, for which I very much agree with, and maybe talk conceptually about, or the kind of the shift of culture that I think is required first and foremost as we're approaching these issues of design and education, and around the question of climate change, to then follow up more pragmatically. So to your point, I think the importance of not looking at instability as a crisis per se, but thinking about it, not as a failure, but as a given. And if anything could be described as a crisis, then it's maybe the revelation that this kind of ground upon which architecture and urbanism and design sits was never as stable as we sort of anticipated. That kind of shift of culture, that the backdrop on which design happens itself is designed. And it has been designed for the past 100 years and more, in very kind of irresponsible ways and very unconscious ways, but still it has been designed at scale. Then with that revelation comes, I think, a very pragmatic question. Then if we have been designing this backdrop upon which cities sit, then how could that backdrop also be seen as a parameter for that design and for that long-term planning? And there, I think, from that conceptual shift on the role between the environment, quote unquote, and architecture, as both sort of intertwined, ecological and technical systems, then that changes this question and turns it into something more pragmatic. What are the institutions that are acting upon this design project? How should they be acting? If they're acting in ways that currently are nefarious and irresponsible, and if the institutions that don't yet exist but should exist need to be created, then that institutional design project itself becomes an act of design, becomes part of the repertoire of skills and insights and pedagogical maneuvers that need to be created in order for them to be implemented. So as far as I'm concerned, I think that this very simple conceptual shift has to radically change how we conceive of education projects and let's say graduates that emerge from these institutions. They are not simply designers of objects on top of a stable ground. They're something very, very different now.
So, actually, I find it very interesting. Both Nikolai and Rupali, you are involved in leading institutions, as you mentioned, Nikolai, that were created, that are quite new, and they are created to have this different effect on reality, right? On the Strelka example is another example of a very interdisciplinary approach, and an approach that is trying to create change in real time, in real space. And Rupali, your example, I am less familiar with in Mumbai, but as far as I understood, the same or a similar idea is present, that academia can be very active and create change on the ground. Would you be able to give some examples of how you think this works successfully, or what are the challenges?
You want me to respond, right?
Yes, Rupali, yes, sorry.
No, I think that's, really important what you just said, that, in terms of the fact that this is a new ground, and we need to completely rethink the way we operate, and I think that's what Nikolai said also we really sort of believe that today the university is not agile enough to respond to this contemporary situation. It's kind of also in some ways sedimented years of pedagogical teaching, which does not respond to the current crisis. And so I think what is important for us to do is really sort of look at, and this is something that we've started articulating in the school, to look at the school as a set of practices. How do we kind of bring in the teachers as practitioners in the school, but also students as companions to this process, testing out new knowledge, going out into the field, also in some ways shifting our own sort of approaches that come from statistical thinking, that come from cartographic thinking, to more experiential ways of looking at knowledge. So you sort of embed yourself in the field, you take the pulse, you kind of grasp things, and then you sort of start looking at what does it mean to then practice from within. So the field becomes extremely important for us. I think that's something that Misha was also speaking about. How do we look at the idea of experience? How do you embed yourself into the field? And I think that's something that we've been articulating closely. How do you look at the existing situation and look at then the next step from there, rather than a kind of idea of a future-proofing idea of a crisis that perhaps is very difficult to also predict, because a lot of times these environmental, I think the models that have been generated around projecting a crisis somehow are also based on sort of, statistics that are not kind of looking at, don't have a ear to the ground really. So I think that's something that we've been working on very closely. How do you kind of engage with the field, and how do you project the next step from there?
If I can,
yes, please.
No, I just wanted to add to the notion of the field, and also maybe to pinpoint this question of whether the university is the right institution or is agile enough to even be able to respond. I think I don't know if I have a yes or no question to that, but I think it's definitely worth considering whether this is the institution that needs to be essentially reworked and reappropriated from inside, or whether it's really the creation of a whole new sort of wholesale offshoot that maybe operates at different intervals. On our end here at Strelka, I'm actually quite uncomfortable calling it even a school. I don't know if school is the best way to describe it, because it would imply somehow students hungry for knowledge that then teachers provide. But that's definitely not how we think about this. And our own curriculum is sort of designed in a way to kind of privilege kind of very, very intense, very, very short, very, very intense, but also very cyclical model where we have research agendas over 3 years that engage, people for a course of 5 months that are then building on each other's work in order to produce a collective output at the end of 3 cycles that 90 people over 3 years have worked on. And we tend to think of it as well as the like we produce a lot of projects, of course, and the students produce a lot of project work. But the meta project is the design of the program itself. The design of that institution is really this kind of cyclical model that we keep improving at each cycle, which means really that we're less concerned about designing a project, but really kind of designing a field of practice that could then hopefully be borrowed, imitated, improved upon, but really create a space for operation rather than a particular outcome for it.
So that really connects very nicely back to what the students presented, the idea of circular or spiral pedagogy, which builds upon a body of knowledge that's constantly evolving and not a static idea. I also have a feeling that we perhaps are agreeing a bit too much, and in order to have an interesting discussion, we should maybe shake things up a little bit and see where we disagree. And so I would like to perhaps hear a bit about the students, because, or from the students, I see both in the student body at Bezalel and also other students across the world, a lot of feeling of uncomfortability, of feeling uncomfortable with our current state of teaching, with our current institutions, and real need for change. So perhaps we should be a bit less taking for granted that we already are, in the right direction, and hear from students whether, to what extent do we really need to shake things up. And Hannah, you presented at the beginning the call for change of curriculum, and then we saw your processes and your projects and discussions, but I'm still not sure to what extent are the discussions in architecture education in the UK really able to understand what you're saying, or to implement what you're saying, if you could relate.
Yes, I think it's a very interesting point, and partly I 100% agree with Rupali and Nikolai about the sort of inadequacy of the more traditional teachings at these universities and institutions, because I do think that there is a very much a duty of these bigger institutions to re-articulate this outmoded and colonial canon of teaching, architectural history and theory. And what we think is that even though at the moment it is quite difficult because we are working, with this problematic that was mentioned earlier of the stubbornness and the lack of agility of these larger institutions, but there is a possibility for a more beautiful form of practice where institutions are starting to listen more actively to diverse voices, most likely also the voices of the younger generation. So this kind of system of reverse teaching about the impact of architecture on class, race, gender, and geography. And there something that comes into play, which is really important to us at Action, but kind of lacks a sort of reciprocation at the institutions in general, is this sort of more open-minded view on expertise. So in our opinion, expertise is plural and diverse, such as whether it's auto-ethnographic experience of expertise. So an individual has expertise in their own vision and their own what they themselves experience. And there are also things like collaborative expertise and so on. And all of these should be utilized for collective intelligence in light of climate change. But this is sort of also what we think we need in terms of making it sort of specializing, utilizing all of these individual specialized knowledges. But at the moment, this collaborative sort of accentuation of the different kinds of knowledges that people do inhabit already isn't utilized enough in the productiveness and the procedures of these big universities, at least from our A-Action experience. And that's kind of where we face the opposition at the moment, kind of.
Yeah. So Adi, would you like to say from your experience, to what extent do you think a place like Bezalel or any other university is able to relate to the issues that these processes raised?
I really do think that it's coming from a place of being more active. You know, as at the end of the day, the architect sits back and designs and doesn't go down to where to look at the materials, to look at the, looking at the whole thing, being more active, whether if it's with materials, in the communities, going and understanding and really doing the research that is needed to understand the actual design and to understand the actual problems. Because the more we deal with it, the more involved we'll be, the better results we will get. So it is more about the research and about being on top of things, on top of new technologies, on top of new research that is being done worldwide, all around the world, and really being connected and looking at an interdisciplinary approach where our school can provide that for us, because we have other faculties and we can work together to achieve the goal and to change and to ultimately be our best and widening our field and understanding different fields within the studies of our architecture program.
Thank you. I'd like to relate this back to Misha's comments because I do feel myself uncomfortable, I have to admit, with a discussion that, of course, we want to be more adaptive, we want to be more interdisciplinary, we want to be more agile, we want to be less hierarchical, we want to be less colonial or not colonial at all. And at the same time, isn't the discipline at stake here, or isn't, in the end, again, the need for deep understanding of design and configuration of space and physical space, as it is located at the crossroads, as Misha pointed out, between how did you call it, the two planes, right? The physical plane and the social plane. Isn't this at stake in the end? Don't become a jack of all trades and therefore no trade at all, and therefore we make ourselves less relevant rather than more relevant. How would you comment on that? Perhaps we can hear your thoughts on that, Misha.
Но мне, конечно, Эльс, вопрос, который вы задаете, очень близок.
The question that you ask is very related to me. It resonates because this is the entire journey of the architecture. An architect is looking for this perfect crossroads. Norbert Schulz, by the way, in his calling to return to figurative architecture, that was my first book, by the way, that I accidentally took in the library of Bezalel in my first year, and since then the book has been guiding me with the question: how do we do this process of searching? I believe that Adi presented a lot of exciting points, but one of them has a particular DNA for the right track. Meaning this situation when there is some sort of inheritance, when one student continues the research of the other students, this dynamics. This is one thing that could be done. Another thing that I suggest in addition is this immersiveness, when quantity goes into quality. I believe looking for the new form, new form that is new, but the form that is in harmony with the contemporaneity. This search is embodied in the way we work with this crossroads. In other words, to which extent we can intensify the process, how we can foster the inheritance of ideas. consequence of ideas. And another thing that is being done in Strelka and the cycles in Strelka, to me, this is just the intensification in one point, which is immersion naturally, and which is the point of crossroads. Because in the end, we are doing shapes, and we can easily get lost in those shapes. And we can really get lost and try doing everything all the time. But since human beings exist in these bodies, we need shapes, we need forms, we need the new figurative. And architects are in charge of it. They're responsible to discover that form. All the rest are just processes.
Okay, so I think we are reaching a bit more interesting, or not that it hasn't been interesting so far, but at least in terms of disagreement perhaps, or in terms of challenging ourselves, really the question of where is our responsibility as architects, urban designers, urbanists at large, but also how do we teach this? Where is our responsibility in the end? We spoke about, and it came up as well in the discussion of Nikolai and Rupali about still the need for designing, right? And the need for aesthetics, the need for finding a new form of design, a new form of aesthetics and a new form of designing, or at least maybe what is the subject of our design. It can be the institution itself, right? But it still places the profession of designing spaces at the forefront. And well, I am hoping, and perhaps more expressing here my point of view, that we will be able in the future, in changing the curriculum, to maintain this part of focusing on design as something that is really our responsibility, and that is something that we could contribute to different futures. So I'd be happy if you would like to, any of you, the floor is open to comment, whether you agree with this or not.
Sorry, go ahead, Rupali.
Go ahead, Nikolai, go ahead.
No, I just wanted to say, ironically, that I agree with what you just said, but I'd like to take you on your invitation previously to disagree, just to add a bit more spice to the conversation. That I think that, simply put, in the same way that perhaps sometimes there is a bit of a, technological solution is the more techno-solutionist approach. Like we are all critical and understand that technology isn't the answer to everything, and therefore it's not about the latest gadget. In the same way that I think we can all agree on this, I would say that there's, for lack of a better word, sometimes a little bit of a political solutionism or activist solutionism approach here, which would be kind of described in a way, at least to me, that if only we have the right values, the right manifesto, the right kind of charter, the right intentions, the good people doing the good thing around the good table, kind of thing. Like this approach sort of sometimes as equally simplistic to the techno-solutionist one, because some of these things, some of these institutions don't yet exist. Some of the things that need to be designed have to be designed. And therefore, to me, it really comes back to design at the end of the day. The value of this interdisciplinarity, the value of this collaboration isn't simply kind of a lip service to the fact that we've collaborated, but is really to kind of retrieve lost intuitions that could be brought back to the mix in order to design this. So it is about expertise. It is about skill set. It is about reclaiming this responsibility, at least for me, not so much to, like I would say, to architecture rather than architects. If architects aren't the right raw material to build the architect of the 20th, if the 20th century architect isn't the right raw material to build the architect of the 21st century, I'm personally quite comfortable with that. As in, perhaps we need to be, as much as architects learn from other disciplines need to learn about design and understand what they're doing as design and as changing the built environment in very different ways. And I think this is where perhaps the retrieving the role of design, if some institutions are sort of happy to continue down the rabbit hole of footnotes upon footnotes upon footnotes of sort of specificity, then that's totally fine, as long as other institutions are sort of taking on different roles where they engage with what they do with the responsibility that it deserves.
Yeah, Pali.
Yeah. So yeah, thanks. I totally agree with this, the idea of placing design at the center of a discussion. But I also feel that we need to be open enough to be able to, and agile enough in some ways to be able to define what that design is. Because the history of design itself, as we know of it today, is only 200 years old. So how do we kind of, think of the idea of design that is implicated in the current crisis, in ideas of life and living and its kind of experiences? So for example, if at the school, we've been articulating the idea of care and repair and retrofit, to us, that is design as well. But the question then is, how do we look at the idea of repair and retrofit as a poetic way of living life? How does form get implicated in that, as opposed to the technocratic and bureaucratic sort of ways of working with it? So I think it's the role of design to then really think of what does it mean to then, shape form and start thinking of this idea of care through this idea of design, but design might be thought of very differently from the way we've been imagining it so far.
Right. So if I understand both of you correctly, we're also talking about a paradigm shift, a shift of values where design is still our tool, but it has received a new format. It has received a new goal, and it can be reinvented, sort of being released from former roles design had in the past, right? Which also means we need new methods. We need maybe much more flexible platforms of learning that allow to free up, in a way, the action of design, right? So it's a sort of a challenge of liberating the act itself. Yeah. Anyone else would like to add? Yes, Hannah.
Yeah, I think I find your comments, Rupali, Nikolai, very interesting. In terms of what you were saying, Nikolai, about activism, I think there's also this fundamental question of how do you define that? Because maybe it's a sort of opposite of complacency, which I would very vouch for, or whether it's this maybe sometimes a bit problematic preaching goodness. So I think still this opposite of complacency is super important when we were, in my opinion and in Action's opinion, in terms of placing sort of responsibility, because there is an institutional responsibility, as I mentioned earlier, about sort of unlearning a lot of these canonical histories and so on. But there's also all the individuals that make up these institutions, which I mean, all of us are, and many more. So what I kind of maybe more of a question to think about or something is that, yes, we were talking about design and how design can live through a paradigm shift, which I think I completely agree with. Just maybe a question that we also, as Action, don't really have the answer to yet is that we know some of the problematics. So the fetishization of these unsustainable forms, whether that's concrete usage or sort of an international reliance on underpaid migrant workers and all these things. And all these things are much more aligned to a world 100 years ago or 200 years ago. But the question is this, how do we deal with this lack of knowledge about the alternatives and the lack of interdisciplinary cooperation? So it seems to make it quite hard for individuals or institutions to progress. So the question is, I guess, which I want to pose after what you said about how can we make actual steps towards this paradigm shift of design, possibly through specialization and creating cooperation between these bubbles of specialized expertise?
That's an excellent question to summarize our panel with, because we have come to the end of our time. So Hannah, I would like to really point out this as our question for discussion to be continued for sure. It was really a pleasure to get to know you through this panel because we haven't met before, all of you, except for Adi, of course. I think that what we are dealing with as well is really the core of the definition of the word design, which is to designate something, right? To fix something that is very difficult. It's sort of contradicted by a condition of uncertainty and a lot of context that is so unknown and so much threatening any attempt to make decisions or to close certain directions. So I think that is one of the biggest challenges today to our profession and still doesn't relieve us from the responsibility that Misha raised. So again, I hope we can continue this discussion in other contexts and in future conversations. Thank you everyone for contributing and sharing your thoughts and your work. And thank you to the organizers again for hosting us.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks, Els. Thanks, everyone.
Спасибо всем.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Hi, everyone, and welcome to the last panel of Future Architects Day 1. My name's Luke Jones. I'm an architect and writer from London, and I'm here for this panel with Martha Thorn. Martha is Dean of the IE School of Architecture and Design, which is part of the innovative IE University in Madrid and Segovia, Spain. She was previously the Executive Director of the Pritzker Architecture Prize, and worked as a curator in the Department of Architecture at the Art Institute in Chicago. She's written numerous articles for books and journals on contemporary architecture in the city. She served on the board of directors of the International Archive of Women in Architecture and the Graham Foundation for Fine Arts. She's participated on many international juries, including one for the new National Museum of Chinese Art, Zayadia Park in Moscow, and the International Jury for ArcVision Women in Architecture Prize. She received a Master of City Planning from the University of Pennsylvania, a Bachelor of Arts in Urban Affairs from the State University of New York at Buffalo, as well as undertaking additional studies in the London School of Economics. Martha, it's really great to be here with you, and I'm really looking forward to reflecting on some of the wider themes and questions raised by Day 1 of Future Architect. I want just a quick point for people who are watching. There is an opportunity to ask Martha questions, probably a little bit later in the conversation. If you post those questions in the chat window of whatever platform you're watching on, they will make their way to us, and there's an opportunity for us to fold those into the conversation.
Thank you, Luke. It's really a pleasure to be here. And we did have a small conversation the other day, and it started out, it was really interesting. So I'm so looking forward to this today and your difficult question.
Thank you very much. I wondered if it would be possible to start in a very general way talking about this notion of crisis, which seems to have been one of the through lines running through the conversations that have been happening today. In a kind of general way, architecture often seems to have this quite ambivalent attitude to crisis. You know, obviously it's not straightforwardly a good thing, these sorts of twin crises that we face at the moment, with the sort of fast crisis of the pandemic and the slow but equally acute crisis of climate change and carbon. But architecture also really seems to find strength and the sort of impetus for reform and regeneration at those kind of times. I wondered how you reflected on the way that architecture is currently responding to those crises, and whether in a sense you think it's making the most of them.
Yeah, I think, Luke, that you're absolutely right. These dichotomies that we see in the fast crisis of COVID and the slow crisis of climate change, the timeframes are so different. But I do think it's something that architects and architecture can address. And the reason I say that is because architecture is something that has always dealt with different scales. And usually we've talked about scales in terms of the physical environment, going from the large scale of territory, cities, to the very small scale of details in projects. So I think that the architectural mind is used to working at different scales, and the time factor is clearly one component of architecture. The second reason I think that architecture is a discipline that is able to deal with this, or should be able to deal with this, is because architects always have parameters when they're approaching a project, and these are very diverse and sometimes extremely stringent parameters that go from the legal aspects to economic aspects. But of course, the other aspects of the parameters has to do with function, it has to do with materials, it's just a whole compendium of limitations. And I've heard so many architects in my years say, well, when I have a blank checker or when I have no parameters, it's too hard, I don't know what to do. they seem to thrive, or their creativity is heightened when there are these limitations or parameters. And clearly, COVID on one hand and climate change are enormously stringent and very difficult sometimes to grasp, but very definite parameters that affect architects. Now, we could always talk about, that's the positive side. We could always talk about the limitations, and I don't know, I'll let you ask some questions.
No, I think, yeah, I'd be very keen to follow up on that. And, you know, if there are limitations in the sorts of approaches that you see being taken, or if there are questions of sort of positioning, or both in a kind of disciplinary sense, maybe in ways of working, maybe in particular sort of subfields to sort of deepen and expand within. Do you think, are there ways that architects should be sort of subfields of the crisis that architecture should be particularly focusing in on to have a kind of more meaningful impact?
Yeah, I do think that it is a profession that has a lot to do to be relevant to society. I think that often the profession is divorced from the daily life of people. And there's where I see a big opportunity for COVID. COVID reminded every single person about the connection between their daily activities and the physical environment. We became very, very much aware of every aspect of our physical environment, whether it was our home, where we had to work, where we had to inhabit with the family 24 hours a day, when we could leave our home and couldn't due to restrictions. Certainly things like social distancing has made us very aware of how much is 1.5 meters or 2 meters and how we interact with people. So I think COVID has illustrated and to broad society, to each of us, the importance of the physical environment and the relationship with our livelihood, our happiness, our health, our daily activities. So I think this is something that can give architects some fuel to be able to be more relevant and explain what they do to society. I think we have some challenges when it comes to, again, the factor of time. Sometimes adaptations need to be made really quickly. And there are certain things we can do to adapt quickly: existing buildings, furniture, different measures can be taken quickly. But if we really want to change the way we build, the materials we use, when we talk about the climate crisis that you mentioned, that needs more research. It needs more participants. It's not just architects or clients, it's construction companies, it's society, it's politicians, it's the lawmakers. So it needs a broader ecosystem of people directing their efforts towards that. And then I know today in some of the sessions, education was talked about. And there I think education as well. Education has to change. It has to be more forward-looking rather than looking towards the past. But again, it takes time and it can't do it alone. So this alliances between education, the profession, and the industries around the profession may be, and now may be a time that we can harness some of that and move forward. At least I hope so.
Yeah, one of the points in the previous panel, which I thought related to this question in quite an interesting way, was counterposing sort of width and depth in the way that the architects sort of think about their practice and the boundaries of the discipline. And it does seem that often the way that architecture has to respond to a condition of crisis or a new imperative of some kind is by reaching out, kind of expanding into new terrain, talking to new people, understanding new things. I thought it was very well pointed out, though, that there are obviously compromises which get made, that you know, as the discipline is sort of spread thinner and thinner, and that there is potentially a sort of an absence of depth which can come from covering too much territory. What is there a particular sort of role that you think architecture should be playing in between all of these different stakeholders and these different agents involved in these long-term transformations?
Yeah, I think, look, that's a great question. And I think there are different levels or different layers that we could use for the answer to that. I think the first part is that architecture and architects, they make the connection to the built environment, to the physical environment. Well, and we can say built, but also natural, because it's the relationship between the built environment, the natural environment, and even the digital nowadays is they're much more integrated. But I don't know of another profession that deals, that has at its core our physical world. So I think that has to be there, an understanding of how it works, what it means, the relationship with human beings. All of that is the core of architecture. On the other hand, I don't like to get into the debate about things like architects, they have to know construction with concrete, they have to know steel, they have to know high-rise, they have to know individual houses. It's not typologies, it's not materials. And so I would say the breadth of the field of architecture probably should come after understanding the basics, that knowledge, deep knowledge of the physical world. But then there has to be room for focusing on different aspects of architecture. I hesitate to use the word specialization because I don't think specialization is the answer, but I do think we have to broaden our definition of what is an architect. I think there are some sectors of our society that think an architect designs individual houses for private clients and is an artist who capriciously puts in pretty pictures or colors or things like that. So I think we have to come to grips with a much broader definition of what is an architect and then communicate that to society, which is a really big issue and it's really hard to do, but I think we need to do that. And therefore, within the profession, I have no problem. If you're a design architect, great. If you're a sustainability expert, great. If you're in local government, great. If you're writing the laws about new construction methods, great. If you're in a collective that is public participation in creating the neighborhood, great. All of those things to me, if you're teaching and not building, if you're a historian, all of that to me is part of what is architecture because it's our built environment, it's our physical environment. So super.
Yeah, I was interested in whether your current role, so IE University is it's a relatively new architecture school and it's embedded within a business school. That's right? Which I think there's a sort of another dimension to all of this, which is not just how the profession kind of thinks about itself within a certain sort of structure of different disciplines and knowledge and things like that, but also how it thinks of itself as a kind of ongoing like business concern and a sort of, you know, models of working, collaborating, whether within much sort of larger business organizations or within something which looks much more like the very traditional sort of quite small sort of consultant or artist kind of model of architectural endeavor. I wondered, has that given you a different sort of view on the question of modes of practice working in this particular context? And is that something which you think is changing, at the moment?
Absolutely. And if I could go back to IE, we are part of IE University, and there are 5 schools in the university. The School of Architecture and Design is now 13 years old. So we're young, but we're not infants. We're more like adolescents.
Yeah. Thinking about going to university.
So the other thing is, I always like to say we're only a university because of the School of Architecture and Design, because we are the technical part within a context of social sciences. But yes, the business school was founded more than 40 years ago, so it has a long history and a long legacy. And you're right, Luke, being here at this institution, which has the entrepreneurial spirit, it's always changing, it goes so quick, sometimes too quick. You have to sort of hang on because you don't know exactly where you'll end up. It does have something that's very positive, which is it broadens your way of seeing the world. I think in architecture, as much as I love the profession and I love to be with architects, we often are talking to ourselves. We're talking to the chorus, so to speak. And that's very comfortable, but it's not the reality of our societies, of our neighborhoods. It's not the reality of our universities. So by being at IE University and the great strength of the business school has meant lots of learning, certainly on my part, and I hope on theirs, that if you have a great idea, it's not enough. You have to be able to put into practice that great idea. And that involves convincing stakeholders. It involves understanding whatever that community or client is. It involves the economic reality, the calendar, the time reality. It involves lots of things. And so therefore, I think that my own personal view of architecture has probably become, and the process of architecture has probably become, on one hand, more pragmatic, more realistic. And on the other hand, I think it may have become more idealistic. I say that because we also, not only being within or being close to a business school, and my colleagues from the other schools, there's also an attitude here of engaging with the community, but more on a level of industries that are close by, companies, local administrations, etc. And I think maybe other schools do this, but perhaps IE is an exception. We do it to an enormous degree. We always are looking for synergies with other organizations, companies, institutions. That's two things. That has to do with the nature of IE and the idea of learning from many places. I think it also has to do with the 21st century, the shared economy, the 21st century of realizing that it's not always top down, but it's bottom up, top down, and lots of sideways in between. So in the School of Architecture and Design, we work closely. Our main office is in Segovia, which is about 90 kilometers from Madrid. And we have what we call the D Lab, or Design Lab. And we've undertaken collaborative projects with City Hall for a library, for temporary libraries, for school playgrounds, things like that. So maybe that's one of the most positive aspects about being close to an old business school is this idea of connections.
Yeah, no, I think it's really fascinating. Do you think that that's, I mean, if you sort of think back of what the expectations were of architectural practice or architecture as a business when you began your career, is that something where you think there's been a real transformation?
I think there's a transformation there. I think there has to be more. Still the model from many practices, at least in the West, in Europe, and North and South America, is working for a client. So it somehow is a service industry for specific clients. And sometimes those clients are from the public sector, but many times they're from the private sector. And this, I think, is only one way of using the talents of architects. And what does this mean? Well, it means there's a lot of competition, especially in countries like Spain or Italy, where the number of architects per capita is huge. And so there's not always traditional work for everyone. So I think there is a change. I think there are more models of practicing architecture. People now can work with developers. I remember hearing that in the US, there was a time when the professional association, the AIA, did not want architects to become involved in development. They could not be developers. You know, they could be professionals who worked for someone, but they had to limit themselves to the design of a project. They couldn't be developers. They couldn't be involved in the business part of it. So I think there are changes, but the area that I would really like to see a change occur is how can we get entrepreneurial ideas out into the marketplace without having to go through a competition where there maybe are not any honorarium, you're competing with hundreds, if not thousands of firms for a commission. But and I'm not exactly sure how we can do it, but it seems that the system that we have established or that professional associations have established is, and maybe schools can enter this, but it seems that we have to push forward with more entrepreneurial spirit. We have to have more outlets for new ideas, for testing out new materials. And maybe this is where we work with industry. Maybe this is where we find those forward-thinking companies that want to take a risk and understand the role of talent in taking that risk.
Yeah, no, I think it's really it's a really interesting question how these things will continue to transform. I mean, I'm interested to ask you a little bit about, you know, about things which have carried over from the job which you held previous to this one. So obviously you, before being Dean of the school, you led the Pritzker Architecture Prize, which is, you know, the world's premier architecture prize. You've also been a trustee of the Graham Foundation, which for people who don't know is a very major sponsor of architectural research. And I guess those roles, you're sort of looking at architecture from different ends of the life cycle of the architect. And I wondered, are there particular insights which carry over from the question of, you know, the sort of towering heights of architecture and kind of contribution to humanity, which the Pritzker Prize is trying to assess, and then developing a program and identity for a sort of expanding architecture school? How do those things connect? Are they really quite different?
Well, I think this is the beauty of architects, and you know this, Luke, as well as I do, is connecting the dots. So we can always find the connection even in disparate situations. So I would say, for example, what the Pritzker Prize, one of the great values of the Pritzker Prize and a great value, for example, of the Graham Foundation, which you're right, it supports lots of people, but they're not large grants, they're really quite small. And in that sense, the Pritzker Prize is one prize a year, and the purse is $100,000 US, and it's been that same amount since 1979. So the money has not increased there.
Yeah.
But in spite of the money from, I think both of these institutions set examples. And I think they try to encourage architects or those who come in contact with these organizations to aspire to the highest goals. And not to aspire to win, but because there are people who are generously giving of their time, their talent, their minds, to issues that are larger than themselves, that are for the purpose of pushing the discipline forward. I think in schools of architecture, we as well try to set examples, and we can do this in many ways. I think we can probably even do a better job. But you're right, the Pritzker looked at the individual as someone of talent who contributed to, on one hand, the quality in architecture, the art of architecture, the discipline, and on the other hand, service to humanity. And I think what we've seen in the past years, the recent history of the Pritzker Prize, is much more diversity in the people who win. It hasn't always been one person, sometimes it was 2 or 3. There are more women being honored with the award. And the approaches to architecture of the winners is really quite different. If we look back to the early 80s, you know, there was probably more similarity, at least in the words that were used to describe these architects. It was creative, innovative, talented. They looked at a building and the architect as author of a standalone building. Yeah. I think nowadays when one reads the jury citations, it talks a lot more about community building, about communication across geographies. It talks about sustainability and the contributions, much more than saying the author of an artifact. So I'm quite optimistic about the evolution of the prize. I certainly, personally, it's a personal opinion that I think that that's the direction it has to go in. Yeah. You know, creator of an artifact is not enough. It's no longer enough. So yeah. I think it's improving.
And in general, sort of reflecting on that kind of ecosystem of support for architecture, kind of architecture as a culture, and kind of excellence within architectural design and research and those sorts of things. I mean, how well do you think that ecosystem functions? Are there, you know, is there sort of, if you were trying to imagine, you know, other institutions which ought to exist or ways in which you would like them to work differently? Are there things which you think are kind of missing from our sort of framework of support for how the discipline is kind of being shaped?
Yeah, well, I'll try to be diplomatic about it. I think we need a lot of help from the media. I think whether it's social media, communicating through technology, to more traditional print media, television, radio, films, things like that. I think we need a lot of help from media because, again, communicating to a broad public is not something that all architects do well. It's not something that they always have time to do, even if they know how to do it. So the difficulty that I see is we often look for the easy slogan. And this used to drive me crazy in the Pritzker, because you'd think it was the Olympic Games. They'd say, you know, so-and-so from such and such a country has won the prize. And it's like, what is a nationality and, you know, somebody from a certain country? I mean, it can be an inspiration, but isn't it more important what this person does and has been doing for 30 years than where they were born and, you know, through no choice of their own? So I think the media could really help us a whole lot more to communicate what the power of architecture is. I think another group that has a huge responsibility, and if I had a magic wand, I would tell clients that a good building is only good if you're a great client. So I think the way we work with clients is incorrect. I really think it's incorrect. I think it has to be much more a marriage with the client, where they feel just as responsible and where they understand it's not the bank, the engineer, the construction company, and the architect as an appendage, but where they are aligned with the architectural firm really in a very, very deep way. And then, of course, schools need to, as our colleagues were talking about today, things like digitization, things like climate change. I think schools have a huge responsibility to become more proactive in those fields, and to be able to not only crystallize or help crystallize the many debates in those fields, but also spearhead a lot more research and new ways of understanding and new knowledge that needs to be created. So those would be probably
well, that would be a good starting point. Absolutely.
A good start for change. And, you know, I don't know, Luke, when you talked about new institutions, I'm not really sure. I don't think we need new institutions. We just need to be able to enter in, to have a place at the table, for example, with politicians. That would be fantastic.
No, I think that makes a lot of sense. I think I'd be interested. I don't know how easy this is to sort of assess from the point of view of the dean of the school necessarily, but in a general way, what do you make of the kind of relationship between the generations at this point, between people who seem to be entering the profession at this point and people who are, you know, achieving kind of mature success, building buildings, being acknowledged, and these kinds of things? You know, obviously, if we look back through history, there are periods where that relationship is one of like real iconoclasm and tension. And there are other ones where it's one of like deference and kind of, very much like veneration, these kinds of things. I don't really quite know what to make of where we are necessarily. In lots of ways, life can be quite unpromising for young designers in certain parts of the world at the moment. It can feel like the opportunities are fewer. In others, I guess, and maybe also there is a big shift in the sorts of concerns that are being addressed. But I don't necessarily, for my part, see like a lot of tension. I don't know how you kind of diagnose the relationship there.
No, it's really interesting, and I'm so glad you brought that up. It's something that I will continue to think about a lot in the future and keep my eyes open. What I see in our students, of course, they come from all over the world, so it's quite a different population maybe than in other places. So there's no dominant country, that people are very different, but we are similar because there are more women studying architecture than men, which I find really interesting. the things that I see in our students at IE, many do not want to become traditional architects. They don't have this idea, oh, I'm going to study and I'm going to open my own firm, which in Spain was, for generations, was the way to go. So they're looking for different opportunities in different places, different types of organizations, firms, and different places in the world, which I think is really exciting. What else could I say about students? I think they do respect the masters. I think they do. I think but I think there's also something a little bit different now that maybe didn't exist 20, 30, 50 years ago.
Yeah.
And it's the idea, and I'll use an idea that was shared with me from one of our professors. She said, history is a living discipline. History is always ready for new interpretations, new information, new research.
Yeah.
So I think young people today, when they look at masters, when they look at the past, they also, at least I hope they do it with this critical spirit that they're not being given the truth, the answer, but they're being given one vision. So I think that's really positive. I think the other thing.
Sorry, not given the truth, the answer, but they're given what? Sorry, I misheard. Can you repeat the last phrase, please?
Yes, I think, I'm sorry, that history is open to revision. So I believe that students are looking at the world around them, the profession, history, with a more critical mindset. And I'm not really sure, Luke, about the future. There may be conflict in the future, but I see that conflict probably centering more in how we approach something like climate change. Because the older generation will not have to face all the enormous challenges that the younger generation has to. We didn't have the same sense of responsibility, global responsibility that current students have, in large part because of COVID, but for other reasons. So I think that if there is any anger or if there is disappointment, it will be because the older generation has not used their talents for change, but they've tried to hang on to the past. On the other hand, I think young people are so quick, and I think they're not going to waste their time arguing with the older generation. I think they're just going to go ahead in their own path. They're very self-sufficient. Sometimes, sometimes we have personal conflicts, but that's always good too. But I think they're going to charge ahead, and I hope with this sense of responsibility that I see that they have now.
Yeah, no, it's really fascinating. I wondered, I think we have time for a couple more questions before we have to end. I wanted to ask you something about something I've heard you raise in the past, is the kind of challenges of globalization, and I guess that must be something which is resonated a lot, being involved in a lot of organizations which are very global in their remit, or certainly in their reach, in their kind of status. And at one sense, the kind of the global or the planetary is something which people find it kind of extremely important at a moment where climate seems to be so central to all of our preoccupations. Another, there are obviously lots of distortions and potential disadvantages of which emerge out of that kind of culture, or that sort of I mean, I should say, obviously, we're enjoying the enormous benefits of the sort of global architectural culture here at Strelka Institute, the two of us. But I don't know, do you have a particular way that you reflect now on that problematic of the global and the local in architectural culture? Is maybe differently since starting as dean at IE as well? I don't know.
Yeah, I think, Luke, I think since being a dean and also even COVID has made me reflect a little bit more different in a different way. I think when we talk about global and local, global has the great power of sharing information, sharing research, of finding better ways of doing things that maybe have been tried in a different place, adapting new ideas to a specific case. And that, I mean, in the past when we were not connected as we are today, you know, it was sort of like everybody in their own little cell was trying to move forward and couldn't really harness that energy and that knowledge. So I think globalization, if we use it for sharing knowledge and creating new knowledge and adapting, it's fantastic. What is the local? Well, I think the big danger, and I've seen this in international competitions and prizes, I've seen the danger in trying to define local. And I put a post in LinkedIn recently. It's of a museum that looks like a symbol rather than a building. The danger in local is thinking local is something easy, simple to understand. And it's mimicking forms or concepts that we've held incorrectly or that are stereotypical and are superficial. And so I think when we talk about local, we have to understand local as meaning the climate, the place, the topography, the culture, the art, the buildings, the methods, the people. But local can never be what we as a foreigner impose. And it also can't be something that we say, oh, well, we've consulted the neighbors and we know what to do. It has to be, it has to be more like and I'm hesitant to use this simile, but if we think of a stage set, if we think of a backdrop for life,
yeah,
that's what I think the local is. It has to be understanding of the context.
Yeah.
It's great if we can work with local architects and work with local people to get a deeper understanding, but it also has to be susceptible to change because we know the residents, the people who use a building or a space will change. We know that there may be different political situations, climatic disasters. Many things will make that environment we're creating today unusable tomorrow. So rather than do that, we have to build in this resilience. And I think the local is sensitivity to the local with an element of flexibility, adaptation, the feedback loops that Carlo Ratti speaks about when he talks. And that's how we can really make architecture local, not in terms of a place, but in terms of a place, a people, and a time.
Yeah, we've had a question in the chat, which I think I will try and summarize because it's a little bit long, but it relating to, I think, something which you've already raised, this question of speed and the sort of speed at which projects have to take place. The questioner makes an allusion to non-architectural techniques, which I think I'm not sure I necessarily understand exactly what they would represent, but what the question is really about whether non-architectural activity and its kind of importance in the sorts of things that architects do is something which ought to be a subject of greater focus, if I understand the question correctly.
Well, if they mean in terms of building non-traditional methods like using 3D printing, using prefabrication, well, prefabrication's been around for forever. It never took a hold in the way we think of today. Mass customization, digitization, all of these things I would say are maybe non-traditional ways of creating building components. And I think absolutely architects do embrace this, could embrace it even more. And I think here's an area of potential collaboration with construction companies, with the changing supply chain from resource to final product. And I think if architects could be included in that, if they could embed themselves in that, I think that absolutely, if we want to build more precisely with more diversity and more sustainably, we have to look at new methods and new materials. And I'm not sure if I'm answering the question from the person in the audience, but I do believe that we could do that. I never would like to say, yes, build quickly, more quickly, and cheaper and bigger profits for, you know, the developer or company X, or save more money. The idea is that buildings should be, if they are cheaper, they also need to be better in all these other ways, doing more with less materials, being more responsive, being more sustainable, contributing more to the local economy, in not in a short-term way, but a longer-term way. So they need to answer more questions than just being cheaper for someone's pocketbook.
Yeah, absolutely. I think I'm not sure if we've got another one in the chat yet. I had another question I wanted to ask, which was sort of returning to that question of locality, whether you think do you think that kind of more recent people, like younger practices, do you sort of observe them taking perhaps a different relationship to those sorts of questions than perhaps people of a previous generation did?
Yeah, I think, well, what I do see in examples of younger firms, and I can't say across the board because I don't know all of them or a significant number, but I do see in younger firms often a collaborative group. So it's not one head in a hierarchy in an office, but it's much more collaborative. And I see much more engagement with local communities. So much more an architecture, not necessarily of resistance, but much more participatory.
Yes.
And this, sometimes younger firms can do this because they do live in a community. They are trying to find these new ways of doing things. They don't have a reputation that's been established that they somehow want to preserve. And they're more flexible, more open to change. So I do think younger firms are exploring new ways of working, especially if they are embedded in the local community and their first jobs and activities are within that community.
Great. Well, I'm being told that we've run out of time. So I just wanted to say again, thank you so much for being part of this conversation today. It's been really fascinating for me, and thanks to everyone for watching and for the questions. And we'll be wrapping up there.
Luke, I really appreciate you and Strelka, and of course the audience. And I can't wait for the day that we can meet in a physical space. Digital is great, but I'm sure over our coffee we would be able to continue this conversation. I would enjoy it. So thanks so much.
That would be fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.